Welcome to the Independent Characters, episode 185. This is Carl.
This is Jody.
This is Brian.
I want to thank the two of you for joining me for this episode, where we're going to talk about the great heroes, as I like to call them, of chaos. So our episode is following up on our Champions of 40K series, and this one we're talking about the powers of chaos. So we've gone through and picked the champions that we want to talk about this episode. That's not to say these are the best or the most powerful or anything along those lines, but these are sometimes maybe obscure, sometimes not, and we will kind of touch on why we think these guys are cool, and we'll go from there. But before we get started with that, Brian, you also host a 40K podcast. What is that podcast, and where do people find it?
The podcast is Splinter Mind. It's a Dark Eldar focused, although we've been accused of doing way too much Craft World Eldar stuff lately. So it's anything pointy-eared, but also general 40K things. But you can find us. We're on Libsyn. You can find us on Facebook.
iTunes, et cetera, et cetera.
iTunes, yeah. It's all
wherever
there.
You find your usual podcast.
Sure, just look up Splinter Mind and you'll find us.
And Brian, you've been around with our gaming groups have kind of merged over time, and you've been around the block 100 times with us now. So I want to thank you for joining us again.
Of course.
And of course, we will probably see you again in the future too.
Yep.
And Jody. Okay. As you know, we have a Patreon going on. We've released our first episode of the Patreon-only episodes. Again, I want to kind of reiterate that these are episodes that are completely separate from this show. They have no impact on this show. We don't talk about hobby progress on those episodes.
Right. So they're shorter.
Well, we found something else to talk about.
Yeah, we did. We really did.
But and we have some great ideas there. But I want to really reiterate that these are episodes that would not exist without the Patreon. It's not like we said, oh, let's take one of our episodes and just stick it behind there. It was, no, if we're going to do this, we got to give somebody something that's worth something. Right. So that was kind of our focus there. And that being said, if you join the Patreon, you enter a chance to be the sponsor of the show. And this episode is sponsored by Michael Allen. So thank you for your donations and your help. And I think you're going to really enjoy where things are going. So with that said, we've talked a little bit about what the show is going to be about. Let's move into Elite Choice before we jump into Hobby Progress after the break. So Elite Choice is kind of the best thing we've seen in our 40K Facebook community.
Yep.
And now maybe even our Discord community as well. So you can pull from either of those. And let's start with, you want to go first, Brian, or you want me to go first?
You go first.
Okay. Yes. So mine was Brent Amberger's, I hope I'm pronouncing his last name right, Green Necromunda Delac Gang, which he named each character in after various podcasters and YouTube personalities. The first thing that actually caught my eye about the gang, though, was the green that was on the cloaks or the robes of these guys, which he did all with inks. Man, it looks so good. It looks so good.
I completely missed this. I'm excited to check it out after.
I'll send it over to you. It's really cool.
You clearly have, because when you see it, you know what he's talking about with the green.
Oh,
instantly.
awesome.
It's like a beautiful shade of green.
Right on. And
they look great. And then I think it's funny. He has like a nameplate of every person. And I'm apparently named Hot Carl, which...
So that would be the second thing that caught your eye.
That I'm not so sure about that one, but anyway.
Don't Google that.
No.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, I don't need to.
A hot Carl.
And our listeners should not Google that either. So anyway, that being the case.
I'm sure it won't happen after saying that.
Definitely not. And it's probably not some kind of weird Photoshop Top Gun image.
Anyway, Brent, that work on that Necromunda gang looks fantastic. It really, really blew me away. Brian, let's go to you.
So mine was, I do want to give a shout out to the one that I was going to do until right before we recorded this thing. I was going to use Richard Neary. He had done like just a little simple kit bash for the Master of Possession, took off the staff top on it, put like a Demonette's claw thing on it. And it was, I wanted to use that because I was like, I love the really simple kit bash. A lot of times just taking the head off, putting a different one, and rotating it the other direction, you're like, oh, wait, it looks like a different model. It totally works. But posting gold.
Yeah.
I have to give it.
Okay.
Yeah. Ira Wiley, the post about, I can't even remember what it was. It was just so beautiful, though. It was just something like...
It was specifically, this was his post.
Okay.
Very simple, straightforward. I have come to place airbrushers in the same category with vegans, atheists, and CrossFitters. Walked away.
And then just left. And the beautiful part was, I think, you saw the immediate comments where people are like, oh no, it's that guy. When are the mods going to come in? And you just let it ride. And it was just sort of that beautiful
transition.
Drop it and walk away.
Yeah.
Jody and I, we live in the Santa Cruz area, which is, home to, CrossFit. And the first rule of CrossFit is to make sure everybody knows you do CrossFit, just like veganism and those things.
Reverse Fight Club.
Yep.
It is absolutely reverse fight club. But the beauty was just watching once people got that it was a joke, or maybe it wasn't a joke. I don't know. He just walked away from it, which is the best part of it being a joke. And it just watching how people finally got that it was a joke and stopped taking themselves seriously. Because what it really brought to mind for me, and this is like me trying to be an adult all of a sudden, is one thing, Carl, that you've done with this show is you've made this show and you've made the community to a thing where people feel like they're part of your gaming group.
Right.
And what people that are, they open the thing up and they're like, oh, is this the 50,000th post today about I just bought inks?
Right.
Or I just bought an airbrush type of a thing. But what I think people really have to remember is there are, like in our group, we have a lot of people that do a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
But in some people's groups, they might be the only person who airbrushes. Like my co-host, Alex, he doesn't have anybody to talk to about airbrushing. Or any Eldar, any other Eldar players. And so you have to kind of remember that. Mm-hmm. That being said, though, you kind of have to also remember that if you're posting that you bought inks today, if there were 40 other ones, we got it.
Yeah.
But it's
people are getting ink. We get it.
We get it.
They're getting ink.
We get it. And the other second funny part is just, this is the internet. Sometimes people forget that the ability to instantly reply to something doesn't mean that you actually need to do it. So when watching how people just sort of let it ride and then went, oh wait, this is actually a joke.
I personally thought it was funny. Like I'll be honest, I saw several reports come in, as they report it to admin, and I was like, it's fine. Just let it go.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes you lean into something. I don't know if Ira's comment was a joke or, to a degree it is, right? Like the longstanding joke is with either of those groups, right? How do you know somebody's a CrossFitter? Don't worry, they'll tell you.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, great. So, I think that was kind of the point that we talk about airbrushing a lot.
Sure.
Justin, when he's on the show, yap about airbrushing. But the reason we're talking about it is because we're very excited about it. And we're excited that more and more people are using airbrushes and getting results. We've watched Justin go from never using an airbrush to teaching people how to use airbrushes. And he's fantastic at it. The guy's like really got skill. And so when you see something like that, you want to share with other people, not just, hey, look at me, but more, look what you can do. Like I want to help you get to where and that's fine. Yes, we talk about it a lot. We talk about a lot of things a lot. We say a lot of words. There are hundreds and hundreds of hours of the independent characters. It's so funny because people will be like, oh, you said that thing on the show. I'm like, I do not remember.
Yeah, that one thing, right? Sure.
Don't remember. A lot of this is top of mind. Right. So, which is how you get the real us.
Right.
Right. I mean, I'm not going down a list. We have show notes just to keep us on track, but we're not going down a list. Now we're going to hit this one, and now we're going to hit this thing. Right. You're hearing who we are.
Yeah. Right.
And, without the swearing.
But, wait, you guys swear?
Dude, I was on...
Never.
So I was on Campbell and Dan, who do the 40K Badcast, which if people aren't listening, you will hear an interview with them on this show. A very clean interview, but my interview on their show, not so clean. And what was funny was the first time Dan met me, I think he says this at some point, the first time he met me, and then he heard me like swear pretty aggressively, he was like, whoa, like what the, and I'm like, the minute the mic comes on, I just turn it off. And so anyway, the point being, you hear who we are.
Yeah.
We like airbrushing. It's become a very useful tool in our group. We'd love to see it become useful to you, and it's just a tool. Like there's other,
just like, I think it was last episode. I was like, hey, the inks are awesome. but they're just one more thing.
Sure.
Like,
Right.
They're not going to solve your world hunger.
Right. And it was funny. Somebody messaged me. I made a comment. Remember future floor wax, everyone?
Yeah.
And a bunch of people were like, no. And I literally had somebody message me go, no, why?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
And then I think it was
gloss.
Tom messaged me. He's like, I just bought some today. So I was like, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So it all comes around. So it was great.
But
to
it
see
was
that comedic reality check.
But I do agree that, like I said, I got reports of people upset about it. Sometimes you just lean into it.
Yep.
And if it wasn't a joke, we turned it into a joke.
Well, and what struck me about
But
it
I
so
think
much
it was.
too was, for one thing, and this isn't the funny part, but it is funny. That day that was the day before, I'd gone to the doctor, and the doctor's like, yeah, this intestinal thing and the whatever, like, I really want you to try going to like a vegan diet.
Oh, wow.
And I was just like, and my joke with him was, but I really don't want to tell everybody I'm a vegan. And he started laughing, because he got it. And I was like, God, I'm already an airbrusher and I've got that. And I'm like, okay, well, not that bad. But the other thing was just the walking away thing, because a thing that I was infamous for back in the day was when I would go to leave places.
Yeah.
it would be like having a conversation. This was like, as a young buck way back in the day when people didn't have cell phones coming out of their ears and everything, but it was like I would leave and go, well, you know what they say, and then get in my car and leave. And there were a couple of times where I had friends, I would get home and I know I'm dating myself. You get home and there's a message on the machine. It's like, no, what do they say? And it would just drive me nuts. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. So that's mine. Ira, I don't care if it was a joke or not. It made my weekend.
Yeah, we did laugh about it a lot. All right, Jody.
All right, and I'm gonna. It's been a bit since we recorded, so I'm gonna double up as well. First off, I just want to give a shout out to Rich Barrel's post. He went to Adepticon this year, and he purchased a T-shirt from Adepticon for the first time. He's gone for many years. He is really dedicated to some weight loss goals, and for him, the ability to purchase a shirt at the show was, he said, a very tangible marker for him that he'd made real progress.
Yeah.
Right.
And having had friends that have worked towards those kind of goals and used all different means to do it, that's incredible. That's awesome, man. So please, Rich, keep up the good work.
Yep.
And hopefully get to see you again at an Adepticon in a new shirt. That'd be awesome, man.
There you go.
My second shout out, and especially my second shout out, I feel like is kind of, it's not phone it in, but I have mixed feelings about this because I know these two people in person. So it's like, but I really, really liked where this went. So Doug Neal posted a little bit about his Gene Stealer Cult Neophytes, which he thinks look like garbage. But anybody who's ever seen Doug's painting, go tell him to pound sand because he's wrong.
Because he's a really good painter.
And then Eric Beers posted up, and for those of you who aren't aware, the svelte and athletic-looking fellow jogging Baywatch style out of the water is his post image. That's Eric Beers, and he does a lot of great stuff on the community.
He does triathlons and stuff.
He does.
He's no joke.
He
does he do
is
CrossFit,
an
though?
Iron Man.
I don't think he does.
Yeah, because he would have told us.
To that.
When I just recently met him, he seems far too nice to CrossFit. Okay. But you can let us know.
Airbrush.
Anyway, Eric took it and turned it into just a Thursday discussion piece or whatever his title on it was. And the question that came around out of it was this: why do you hobby the way you do?
Yeah.
And how do you define the way you engage with the 40K hobby and why? And the conversations that people are having, I actually didn't chime in, one, because Carl, you mentioned the same thing. I probably would have written a book.
Yeah.
And two, like, I was more interested to read the different way people see the nuances of this part of how and why do you engage with 40K? Like, what is it for you? And there were some really interesting conversations about people's competitive nature and where that competition piece lands, or artistic piece, or quieting the flaming squirrels, as I think yours sometimes is. And so, Brian, what's yours? How do you engage and why?
I actually commented on that one. Of mine was pretty short. It's just hobbying for me when I was younger was like the one. I think I joked something along the lines of, as a kid growing up with really bad ADHD, I always had a hard time getting things done, and I was like, oh man, I never get things done. And hobbying was a way that, I mean, when you have to focus on something that's an inch tall, 2 inches tall, all of a sudden that was the only way that I could get my head from going 500 miles an hour and bouncing all over the place. And so from that angle, the hobby part of it was always appealing to me because it's my meditation. It's the one time when I can actually slow my brain down. And the tabletop part of it, I mentioned, despite being a complete blabbermouth on my show and everything, and probably here, I'm a really introverted guy. Like I'm not a very social person. Like I game, but I game with a pretty tight group of people. Like I'm not to just go to the store and do those sorts of things.
You game with people you've grown comfortable with.
Right. But gaming not only gives me a way to open up and meet new people, but if I do, I don't know, it kind of gives like a nice structured environment where I don't feel like I'm pressured to have weird social interactions when I do meet new people.
Yeah.
Which sounds weird, 'cause
No,
like I
think
said, I flap my jaw like crazy on my show, but
Yeah, and I think on that point, it was interesting for me to read that about you because I'm very, very, very similar. And I think for me, it's in normal social interactions, there's that, and I always chalk it up to like my intense, like that Gen X part of me is like this very artificial, I'm interacting with you because I'm supposed to thing.
Right.
And knowing it's just artificial. It's not a real interaction. My tolerance for that is incredibly thin, but something about going, I like toy soldiers. Do you like toy soldiers?
Yeah,
I like them too. And suddenly it's an authentic interaction. It was great. So, it was really cool to see that. And then, in a weird way, maybe that's why we get along and
probably
shoot each other's toy soldiers.
That's right.
Carl, what about yours? Because
I mean, for me, I obviously talk a lot too. I wouldn't call myself extroverted. Like I've kind of forced myself to become more extroverted. I still find it exhausting.
Yeah.
Right. Like at Adepticon, it's very intense because people come up to you and you want them to have a good interaction. And so I always say you're always on. Right. And I jokingly compare it to like, I can't imagine what an actual celebrity went through. Like,
oh, no
like
way.
a Britney Spears or like a George Clooney or somebody who can't eat at a restaurant without people coming up to them all the time. I just get the smallest dose of that, walking across the room. Like I was talking on my phone to Shell and people would stop me and, hey, and that's fine. Like again, please, if you see me, feel free to come up to me, but no, it is a lot of work.
I gotta say,
by the time the end of the day comes, I'm like, okay, I just need some quiet for a little bit. And that's cool. And then I recharge.
And I don't mean to interrupt there, but I got a ton of enjoyment out of watching you do that. That was really cool to watch. And knowing, literally knowing that that's a trained response. And then the anecdote you shared with me about your early days in the hobby and somebody not responding that way.
Right.
I was, in a way, it made it more poignant about how much you really do out of your way to make sure that when somebody says, hey, you make sure they know that you really do appreciate it. And for my very limited experience with it, I absolutely take that to heart and was really impressed. And so thank you for setting a good example for me as I am just now for the first time getting used to it and it's really catching me off guard. But it was really cool to see.
I just want people to know, like in that moment, I'm listening to you. I am hearing what you are saying. I am responding to that. The one thing I always joke about is that like people will be like, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. And they're like, yeah, I know. I listen to the show. And I'm like, oh, well, I have nothing to add to this conversation anymore, because you are. So, but how do I engage with the hobby? I got kind of sidetracked there. I remember early on I was playing in tournaments and things, and I was kind of chastising or teasing Zach, who was on the show a while back, about why he wouldn't participate. And he's like, I'm just done with that. I don't care about that. And he was a really good player too. So I would be like, why isn't he, at this event? And as I played longer and I got longer in the tooth of playing, I kind of came to the realization that like, I don't need this. Like for me, the tournament play is number one. I'm not interested in working so hard to become that good to do well at tournaments. I just, there's other things in this hobby that appeal to me rather than just sitting down and like saying, okay, I'm going to crunch these numbers. Right. For example, right now I'm assembling tons of Black Legion stuff and I'm like, okay,
you are.
What am I going to paint?
It's a box of black over there.
What am I going to paint first?
Yeah.
Because I want to get it on the table quickly.
Yeah.
So, okay, I need to make a list that I'm going to paint to. Well, what's a good starting list? So I kind of like played around with a few things. Okay, I've got, I think, I'm not going to clean house with it or anything, but it'll be fun to play, and it uses some of my favorite models. Cool. I'm good to go. And then I'll add to that as it goes, much like I did with 1,000 Suns, except I paid somebody to paint those. So one, I discount like focusing on winning and focusing on being good at this game. I frequently say I'm terrible at this game. Unlike Campbell, who's a liar.
Yeah,
and but
full of crap.
But I'm not good at the game, and I make mistakes, and that's okay. But there was a point where it was Jeff was here, and I can't remember who he was standing next to. It may have been Zach. I was playing a game against Aaron or somebody, and we were laughing and goofing off. And I remember Jeff later told me, they looked over at me, and Jeff was like, I wish I had that much fun playing this game. Wow. Right? I mean, like that. For me, it's all about the social piece of it. It's hanging out with people I'm comfortable with.
Right.
Like I've played Brian, I've played you. I've had great games against both of you. And it's all, but it's more about like, what did we talk about and what was fun? And we had a couple things, and I won or I lost, and that was fun. But for me, it's more about the social engagement, and that's why I focus on it, because our time here is limited, and I very much like being a part of the larger community and like talking with people and just having a good time. So for me, a good time is the least amount of stress I can involve myself in.
Right. Yeah.
To me, competition is very stressful. And I get that some people enjoy that and get off on that. Yeah. Professional tennis players, professional football players, they compete at a level, guys that are competing at LVO, they're competing at a level that I'm not going to compete at, because I just have no desire to spend
and they enjoy that and that's their, and they find that stimulating.
That is their enjoyment.
Right.
Yeah,
great.
I mean, and that's when I always say, that's fine. That's great that you like to play the game that way. I like to play it this way. Neither one is better nor worse than the other. I got to be super clear about that. I may disagree with, well, that's not fun to me, but hey, that's fun to you. Play it the way.
Yeah.
When I went to this place called the Whiskey Attic in Las Vegas with Mike Brandt, and I feel like he introduced me to that place. It was crazy, and it was this whole thing about how to taste whiskey, and it's incredible. Like you should look it up. But one of the things that was interesting about it was, it can sound really like full of yourself. Like, when you taste wine, you're swirling it around the glass, and it smells of oak and blah blah blah. And here the guy was like, listen, if you like whiskey with Coke, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, more power to you. Whatever you like, however you want to taste it, enjoy it. Like, if that works for you, that's the right way to do it. If you want to taste it how the whiskey distiller intended it to taste, this is the method you would use. But I'm like, okay, great. But I like it with Coke. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with the guy who wants to know how was it supposed to taste.
Yeah. No, to each their own. I mean, as you said, finite amount of time. So if you're not doing it to enjoy it, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah. So anyway. All right. Well, anyway, we've drabbled on now for 20 minutes.
Yeah, we have.
It's amazing how this show just gets longer and longer. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take a break. We'll come back to hobby progress for about an hour, and then we're going to jump into.
And then there's a show.
And then there's an actual show. So we'll be right back. Wargamma.com, where you can get resin terrain, craters, lakes, lava pools, and objectives, figure bases for all types of models, character models including Battle Wolf war mounts and spawn seeds, linked barricades. Choose from one of 6 designs to suit the origins of your army, from Star Pharaoh, Spawn Hive, Mechanoid, Dark Ancients, Dredelian Noble, and Chromag Scrapyard. Linked barricade sets include 12 large shields, which are 2 inches wide, and 4 connecting walls. Cover nearly a 30-inch line. Sets also include a matching multi-gun turret. Wargamma.com. Alternative battle miniatures. All right, and so let's kick it off with a little bit of hobby progress. And Brian, let's have you go first. How you like that?
Because it's my favorite segment, and
It is your favorite segment. Just the purchase part is not.
Right.
That's why mine's going to go last.
My complaining was me stalling for time, because I actually have to scroll down a little bit to get to it. So basically, I've had just kind of sick kids in commission work, which has really killed the hobby time. But to kind of get back into things, I just started painting the Blackstone Fortress baddies.
Oh, really?
From the set. And what's perfect about it is I do well depending on how much detail there is, I do better in batches. Mm-hmm. And so with the baddies, you get to the Negavolt cultists, there's 4. Yeah, it's like a perfect sit down, crank it out, you're good to go. You know, the Urgles, that kind of a thing. And so I've been trying to do those in batches and not even touch the explorers until I do that. And that kind of helped me to kind of kick out of a funk. But other than that, I finally finished up the Quarter from Hell. I think, Jody, you'll appreciate this because
I will.
You don't have to play against my Death Guard anymore. My whole quarter of I'm just going to paint Death Guard and get that army done. The goal is where it's at. I wanted an army that was ready to go in a case, and that case can sit in the basement now because they're fun to paint and they are not fun to play. So,
for you, Death Guard, you don't find Death Guard fun to play?
I don't think they're fun to play. I don't think they're fun to play against, really.
Did you?
What is it that you find them not fun to play against?
The trick with them is that, I mean, I'm primarily a Dark Eldar player.
Right.
So I like high risk, high reward.
Okay.
So I like Glass Hammer, you know, you have to play well. When you screw up, you really get punished for it. With the Nurgle stuff, with Death Guard, it's like low risk, low reward.
Yeah.
I feel like you win games by not dying. And to me, not dying isn't actively doing anything.
Okay.
It's like I get to roll a lot of dice, I get to roll a lot of disgustingly resilient rolls, but it doesn't feel like I'm actually doing a thing. Like there's a tactic that's being pulled off or anything. It's just my guys are tough
for you.
You just clog the board. And so like some of the things, like Jody, a lot of the games we were playing, my goal at the end of it was I thought I was going to finish painting all the Poxwalkers. And I was like, my goal is to paint enough Plague Marines so I don't have to use Poxwalkers because they aren't fun. It's just they aren't fun for my opponent and they aren't fun for me to play. And it's just not something that I enjoy.
Interesting.
So
did you get that done? Did you get those Death Guard units done?
Yes. I have enough to field a battalion without using the Poxwalkers at all. And that was my goal for the end of the thing. Now, as far as my goal also was to have all of my staple units done to where then, if I feel like adding a Leviathan or something like that, it's kind of a fun thing. But the only thing I didn't get done was the Flying Demon Prince and Rhinos. But otherwise, it's set and it's good. And anything that I add to it is just kind of will change how the army plays a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I was itching for Fast and Fragile.
So you say you've been doing a lot of commissions too.
Yeah.
I know Colin has been buried under commissions. And I think the frustrating thing for him is not getting to work on his own stuff because of the commission stuff. Do you find yourself in the same boat?
Well, the problem that I've been having is I'm a really streaky painter. And so if I go to start...
By that you mean you paint in streaks, not
brush strokes.
Yes. Not your brush strokes or that. You go on a streak and you paint a bunch of stuff.
That almost ensured that I would get no commission work. Thanks for bailing me out, Carl.
Just fixing that for you.
Well, I'm one of those guys that when I go to dive into a project, I need that uninterrupted 4 to 5 hour stretch.
Yeah.
Just don't talk to me. I'm going to get in there because otherwise, if I just have, I've got an hour, it's like my stuff is all set up and ready to go, but I don't get that rhythm.
You barely get into the flow at that point.
Yeah. And so I have a Talons of the Emperor commission that if you look at it, everything on paper, this thing should be done. It's, it's Talons of the Emperor. It's like a copper armor color and all this different stuff. And the problem that I've had is just with my kids and everything, I just haven't had that stretch where I can sit down and really crank it out.
Yeah.
With work and all that stuff. So that's been the frustrating part, is more looking at that commission and realizing I'm really far behind on it, So anyway,
needing to carve out that time as opposed to the drip 1 hour a night situation.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the rest of this weekend. Cause after this week, it's all,
you get to relax
painting all day after this. It's
you get to relax and go back to work.
Nice.
But other than that, the only other stuff I've been doing is just I decided I was going to go play in the Boise Cup GT.
Oh, yeah.
Just so I can go see Colin
and
like Justin from It Will Not Die, the Ginger Giant's going to come down from Calgary, and I'm not a tournament player, and I decided I wanted to just play a different army, because if I take Dark Eldar, I'm going to take myself seriously, which is the worst mistake you can do if you're not a GT player.
Okay.
Well. And that's the thing. Normally,
but I know what you're saying.
But I know if I went to a
feel like
tournament,
in that army, you're invested in it's like your bread and butter.
Well, and I think too, if I'm going to a new place where I don't know most of the people, I'm going to be like, well, I host this show. I should probably be good at this arm, and the truth is I want to go there and just not really do anything. So originally I thought, okay, I want a low model count army so my games will go quicker. I'll just do Imperial Knights.
Right.
And then thankfully my co-host Alex talked me out of it because he was like, you're going to hate your life if you make your quarter 2 army.
Yeah.
Imperial Knights.
Yeah.
And what the world needs is definitely not another Imperial Knight army. So he was like, hey, play the Eldar version of it.
Right.
Play a Wraith Knight army.
Oh, that's
You like
yeah,
painting
that's right.
Wraith
We
Knights?
talked about this.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
you and I off.
Yeah, and they've kind of gone through and done their, they've served their 7th edition, edition misconduct penalty, and they're less efficient than Imperial Knights are, and so it's it'll be a challenge. I mean, I'm not going to show there and stomp on anything, but I'll have fun in my games and
have
enjoy
a beautifully
painting
painted
models.
army.
Yeah,
I love painting those. Is actually a lot of fun.
I actually got to start painting on my Wraithseer that I bought. I think I bought it before Frankie was born, so I think I've had it for 4 years.
Yeah.
And I finally just started painting it the other night because I was doing a Stormcast commission that matched up with the colors, and it was just like, oh yeah.
To me, honestly, I think the Wraith Lord is probably one of my favorite models.
Oh, it's
like
glorious.
it's superposable.
Yeah.
I think it's elegant looking.
Yeah.
I love the way it goes together. There's nothing I don't like about that model.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the big Eldar robots have that.
Yeah.
Like they nailed it. It's
Oh yes.
It's all the art. It's all the things. It's just perfect. It's
For sure.
So I'm strangely excited to fight that. Maybe we'll get a little greater demon on night fight action.
yes.
I also enjoy
yes.
playing against that army.
Good.
So
Good.
very much so.
Well, I'll be doing it for a quarter.
I was gonna say we won't have a choice for the next 3 months. So
What about you, Jody?
the mobile paint station is a go. I got to go to Adepticon. That was the big news.
Right.
And I'll talk more about that in a little bit here. But they're trying to get back and recreate a hobby space, but then also make a hobby space that I could share with my wife has been it's a little more daunting than I think I initially planned on.
Mm-hmm.
Unpacking an entire house and that we also downsized has also kind of cut into that. So there's been kind of all the things at once. So I did get to do some assembly. I haven't painted, which is really a bummer because while at Adepticon, I picked up an entirely new line of paints, the Creature Caster paints. So I'm very anxious to put those through their paces and see what they can do. My initial read just from dabbling with them at Adepticon was they remind me a lot of the GW base or foundation paints, but much, much smoother. A very buttery finish. Brian, you nailed it right away when we were talking a little bit ago about that they remind me of P3 paints, but I don't care for the gloss finish of P3 paints. And these Creature Caster paints are matte, super matte, which is for me, I'm like sandpaper is almost matte enough for me.
Do they flow like P3 paints, or they flow a little? Okay, because for me, the P3 paints flow a little too much. I grew up painting with thicker paints to begin with, but the P3 paints to me, like I use Murderous Magenta for my Dark Eldar stuff, and I always just find it's just a little thinner than I want because you can always
these are thicker.
paints more.
Yeah, these are thicker, and they hold up well. As like I was noticing, like I intentionally was trying to break it, to which the studio painter for Creature Caster, a really nice guy named Jason, I don't remember his last name at the moment, he was like, no, like thin them. Keep thinning them. Watch how much coverage you get. And that's where I say they're a lot like the foundation and base paints.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Some of those foundation paints I seriously miss. Like the Mechrite Red was the best.
Well, you, Brian, and I share a deep love of the same color. Chardon Granite was.
Yep, that was a solid one too.
Because, and funny enough, Chardon Granite was at its, not only was it a great just color because it was this weird gray brown in between thing, but when it broke, like if you thinned it till it broke, all kinds of cool stuff started happening. You got these greens coming out and this like dust pigment effect and all kinds of neat stuff happened with it. So yeah, I mean, basically, it's been trying to build my paint station up. The last 2 days, we're literally moving around my garage so I could uncover my desk. That's super exciting stuff. So anyway, hopefully very soon, ideally by the time this episode is out for folks to listen to, you should see some photos of prototypes on what is going to be, I think, a Red Corsairs kill team.
You know, I'm releasing this afternoon.
Okay, shortly after. Well, I'm hoping this afternoon that it happens. Like I found my air compressor. Right. That was a little scary. As like I got through unpacking all my stuff and my airbrushes, and I'm like, sweet, I can go. Where's my compressor? I couldn't find. And then I found 3. Apparently, I have 3 air compressors unnecessarily. So anyway,
it's probably right next to your CrossFit equipment.
Yes, it was.
And a vegan cookbook too, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good fit. Nice. So but did have done a bunch of assembly on Chaos Marines that are going to turn into a Red Corsairs kill team question mark on the Quill team part, because I also have 3 really cool Gribbly robots.
Yeah.
So yeah, built Dark Imperium. Brian, you just hooked me up with a Mauler Fiend, which has been one of my favorite models for quite some time. And then worked on Shadow Spear and got that all built. And man, what a treat those were to build, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Super, like, go together. Super easy. Very little cleaning necessary on most of them. I think the thing I noticed that didn't really occur to me as I was building it was that some guys are close combat and some guys are bolter wielding.
Yeah.
And so at first I was like, oh, and I've doubled up on these. So really, I'm going to have duplicate bolter wielding guys and duplicate close combat. But then the Chaos Space Marine kit came out. And I'm like, oh, well, once I start mixing these guys in, it's going to be golden.
Right.
So,
and if the orcs of yore in, what was that? Was it Blackreach?
Yeah.
I mean, I probably have entire mobs of nothing but Blackreach boys, but I mean, one little quick saw of the wrist and a twist, and it's shocking how much different a guy looks just because his sword's at a slightly different angle. I was immediately thought of like, man, you can get a lot of mileage out of this kit. And one of the things that really struck me about Shadow Spear is the design element for the GW kits kind of keeps pushing forward and forward and forward. Is every single guy, or at least for the Chaos Marines, every single one of them assembles in the exact same pattern.
Yeah.
They're cut in such a way that it's the guy's back and legs.
Yeah.
And then you push like a chest and maybe a leg into that.
Yeah.
And then the arms drop in and the head drops in and he's done. It's the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So once you build one, after that it just rolls.
That sprue, I've never seen a sprue so full of stuff. Like they pack.
Yeah.
There's almost no negative space in that sprue.
Right.
It's crazy packed.
So it's funny you mentioned that, because in terms of purchases, getting a little ahead here, but I picked up, because again of Adepticon, I picked up a box set of Terminators randomly. Like, that seems like regular Marine Terminators, which I know you and I have gone around.
Why you picked them up?
Yeah. It's pretty obvious why I picked them up.
Play in a minute.
So I bust out of the box this sprue of Terminators, and my buddy Matt, who's very new to the hobby, and I look at him, I'm like, whoa, that's weird. And he's like, what's with your sprue? And like, I hand it to him and he's like, there's like nothing on this.
Right.
It was really strange to look at an old Terminator sprue
and see how sparse it is.
Yeah, there is nothing there. And then compared to that, to the Shadow Spear, where it's like, at times it was hard to get the clippers around the number of parts that are there. Yeah. And then these Marine sprues, there's like 3 of them and there's 5 guys, and there's like, here's a whole sprue. It's got 4 guys' arms.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. It was really
here's
shocking.
a line of Thunderhammers.
Yeah, it was really shocking to see Thunderhammers. Yeah. Shocking.
I don't have the set only because because I'm broke, but also I have enough of the old Chaos Marines so that
you want to earn some commission money?
I'm good. Well, and also just I have enough of the other stuff that I'd use, like 30K World Eaters parts to mix in, because like my Chaos Army is like more of a 31K thing where I don't have as many of the possessed and all that stuff. But the question that I have is, how do the old bolters scale with the new models? Because I know the new models are a little bit bigger and taller, but can you go back to old bolters?
They're very close.
Okay. So if you had 2 sets of those and you needed to kind of mix it up, you can just switch out.
Okay. I would say it's a very incremental step from old Chaos Space Marines to the Chosen of Dark Imperium. Which I also built. To the new Chaos Space Marines. So the new Chaos Space Marines are slightly larger than the Chosen of Dark Imperium.
Yeah. Right.
It's not like the leap of regular Marine to Primaris. It's not quite that jump.
Right. And you're still spikes and trim and blood for the, change god of plague. So it's all the same thing.
So you did go to Adepticon. We both went.
Yeah.
I convinced you to go.
You didn't have to push very hard. It made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
But let's talk just briefly about your thoughts as a first-time goer to Adepticon, not to rehash some stuff we talked about on the Patreon episode or what we talked about with Campbell and Dan, but kind of what were your impressions?
Man, it lived up to the hype in every possible way. It didn't disappoint on any level. And I want to really point out that I went specifically to just wander and check it out. I had 2 scheduled events. One was to play in the really cool narrative Space Hulk game. Again, to the Basement of Death guys, thank you.
The nicest guys.
Yeah.
So
and a super fun event.
We've talked about that on the show many times. It sold out in a blink of an eye. And I
can see why.
And I think I talk about it too much. And so I didn't even get a slot.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, that's like the one thing I really love to do every year.
Yeah.
And the guys were nice enough. They offered to us without us asking, hey, how about the night before we set it up? We got a room for it and we'll run you guys through it.
Wow.
And unfortunately, it was the night I couldn't go. I was running my Call of Cthulhu game that night.
Yeah, that's what you get for not doing tabletop wargaming.
Yep. But yeah, they are the most gracious guys. And it's always great to see them every year, and they're super friendly.
Yeah.
But talk about that thing.
Yeah, so it's a 3D, it's Space Hulk done really right. It's a 3D board that they have these plastic constructed pieces that they got from somebody apparently in their area made them.
Yeah, he used to sell them, but kind of stopped, and he had like a warehouse still full of some of the stuff. Like he wasn't making it anymore, and they're like, "We'll take it all."
Yeah,
and they bought it all.
Yeah.
So the story we were doing is, and apparently new this year they added in the Gene Stealer cult elements, which was super fun. So you've got 2 Death Watch kill teams landing on upper landing zones. One's a Terminator squad, one's a proper. That's weird that I said it that way, but one's a proper Death Watch kill team, led by a Inquisitor, and then you have a Terminator squad from from 4 different chapters, and they've developed their own rules from each chapter, and you're shutting down each. Terminator squad has a generator to shut down. The guys in the landing pads have to work their way down to force generators and shut those down. And then each one of the rooms has like a mini boss fight. So you fight like a Magos, or you fight I can't think of his name. The new pistol wielding guy showed up.
Kellermorph.
Kellermorph showed up. There's an assassin kind of style guy. He showed up.
Nice.
So each room had their own little guy. You blow up the generator, you're pushed to a central chamber where the patriarch is. And he's got his own little toady that's there sucking up wounds. And it's lit with LED suction lights and everything.
And you don't bring a thing, they run it all.
Yeah.
Everything's painted.
Wow.
I mean,
each squad is designed differently, so it reflects the chapter. So I was very excited to be playing Black Templars, and I had basically an Emperor's Champion in the mix, and he was able to parry multiple times. I will say that the Black Templars really, really had to carry the weight for the other guys. The other chapters were really, really lagging behind. Late, the Ultramarine Chaplain.
I tell everybody.
Carlos Tutlis did make a appearance and put some effort in. He helped. But the Black Templars really put everybody else to shame. A little quick condolences and shout out, though, to Drew's Blood Angel captain, who cleaned a room by himself of 4 pure strains. And then a neophyte shot him in the eye on the very next phase and killed him dead. It was the dark, tragic comedy of the game. But it is a beautiful game. It is everything you would want Space Hulk to be. They do a great job of running it and streamlining it too. Like the rules, they make them. I mean, not that Space Hulk's a tough game, but they make it even more accessible.
So many, unique characters, and they put a lot of thought into it. And it's very well balanced. You can lose. And you can win, but it's always kind of by the skin of your teeth. So it's a perfect Space Hulk kind of scenario.
Right.
I remember just when you posted the pictures, I can't remember which of you posted the pictures, but when you posted that, I mean, I'm a terrain guy, so of course I was like,
oh, where do I get that?
I would like that.
Yeah.
I would fly there for that. I'm not even a Space Hulk guy.
And you should.
But the way that you're describing it too, just that each each has their own objective, and then you have to go to a room, and there's a boss in it. I mean, the way it's set up, it's like it's looking at like a physical version of a video game.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff, and that's
so. A few of the people,
I was nerding out hard inside when you were talking about it. I was like, I want this.
To that point, a few people hadn't actually played Space Hulk the board game. It only played the video game, and within a turn had picked up, okay, I got this, I'm good to go, based on that. So.
And they help you, they'll help you understand.
And they run all the baddies for you.
Yep.
Sure.
Funny enough, the ringer we needed one more player to round out our group. The ringer that was running the Deathwing, they had a rough going. The Gene Stealers really were not kind to their own. So we weren't sure if that was a narrative hook to leave us a little shorthanded or not. But yeah, but to your question of like, what were my thoughts on Adepticon? I'm going to echo something that on the Patreon episode Campbell said of it would be really hard not to go back.
Right.
That to watch it from afar now would be
painful.
Yeah. It would be very, very, painful. Like,
I mean, fear of missing out is big time now.
Wow.
Yeah. So there was a point where I was talking about going to Gen Con instead because I could only kind of really pull off one.
Right.
And then I went to Adepticon again and I had the best time and I was like, I can't not come to this. It'll kill me to see everybody else here and me not there.
I was saying to Brian, because we were talking a little bit on the way over here about it, and I think probably the highest praise I can give it, other than like once you go, you'll be sad if you ever miss out. I assume I hope to not ever miss out now. Is it somehow manages to be all things wargaming, fully live up to the hype, and in no way ever comes off as pretentious or full of itself.
No.
Totally accessible. Seeing all the people I've seen on YouTube and listened to on podcasts and here and there, and they're just hanging out and just enjoying the hobby. It was really, really welcoming, inclusive, as far as I could tell. I mean, obviously, as a white guy, my mileage is pretty good there, but like just felt.
But I think it didn't matter, right?
I never saw it anywhere where it seemed like
the
an
reality
issue.
is we were all gamers, all together, enjoying. Even it felt like there used to be like these kind of walls between like different games. Oh, you're a War Machine player, like none of that even exists. Like it was just like, I'm interested in what you're doing.
Yeah,
look at that paint scheme, yada yada.
And I think the advent of small hammer games, to coin that phrase, I think helps with that.
Yeah,
frankly,
for sure.
that I did see. There was a very healthy Underworlds tournament going on. There was, Dan was playing in a Blood Bowl tournament, and there were a myriad of other non-GW games. Age of Sigmar was
sold
huge.
Out. They could have easily filled more. They were out of space.
Yeah, it was. And man, I mean, I
have that like from like Matt Week's mouth. He's like, we could have easily filled more. We were out of space and out of terrain.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
There's a ton of terrain.
Yeah, there's a cap on doing that well, and that's glad that they. It's a good thing they recognized it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to do because they are starting to outgrow this facility. And we saw, you didn't, but previously when we would go to the Westin, like the Westin was a big hotel, and they had big ballrooms and everything, and they were packing it in there. And there were a couple years where everybody's like, yeah, what are they going to do here? And then they finally made this move. Now I'm kind of curious.
What's next?
I mean, they had something like 5,600 registered guests. So and you can go there, play open games, wander around without registering.
Yeah, literally, I didn't need, for what I didn't need a pass because I didn't take classes.
Right.
And, shout out to Aaron who marathon styled the Adepticon, and I hardly saw the guy.
Of classes.
He was in a class or in an event. I mean, I couldn't do it, but I mean, it was all day, every day.
Yeah.
And so kudos to you, buddy. That was
like the terrain. He did a terrain building class.
Turned out
with
so
the little
nice.
marble thing, right?
Yeah.
Marble
God, that looked good.
That was different. That was like a terrain painting
a different class.
The terrain building one, he did all out of like foam core and
that
foam,
thing turned out awesome.
And it looked great. I was like, oh, you got to show me how to do this.
You should come over, man.
And he was like, I don't think it looks like it. I'm like,
you're wrong.
Yeah, okay, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had done like that marble effect, and then GW was like, hey, can we put this in our case? And he's like, what?
Yeah,
it looked good. It looked
awesome.
really good.
Yeah, it was. He burned it at both ends. Yeah, it would be really tough. Finances and timing of the year, as I mentioned, is hard there. But I mean, man, if it lands near spring break for me consistently, it would be really, really, really tough to say no.
Next year's 25th to the 29th of March, so they've already announced the dates.
Yeah.
All right.
So. Yeah, you were describing it on the way over here, and I was like, "Oh man, that's."
I'm telling you, Brian.
But then I started going. I went into just my budget. I went into Sergeant Schultz mode. I was like, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing. Like, I'm doing the same thing with Adeptus Titanicus, but yeah, Adepticon. I'm kind of 5 years.
God, you're Adeptus
Why did you mention that game? Don't mention that.
Jody's
game.
been trying to avoid it, but then you went up and watched guys playing
Dude,
it.
it's so cool looking.
It is really cool.
First one's free.
Yep.
It's not
No,
this
it's
game
expensive.
at all. Yeah, and I got Josh like, actually, I've got an extra warlord. I give you a great deal. Like, shut up, Josh. Leave me alone. Get off. No, actually,
I'm in the
I
same
very much am gonna follow what you did. I'd love to get a demo game. So and I know a bunch of people in the area are getting close to a point where they've either got 2 sets or whatever. So once I get a demo game, I'll make my final judgment on it. But just the models alone, how do you not want to paint those? Man?
No, they're
just
incredible.
so
Well,
cool.
I'll tell you how you don't want to paint a warlord. It's a lot of sections. So
Is that where you're at in your hobby progress, Carl?
no, I didn't even touch that thing. I assembled like you the Chaos half of the Shadow Spear box set. I have a second one that I need to assemble as well, and then went to Adepticon. Also, preparing the Patreon, doing the Patreon show, all that stuff. So not a whole lot of hobby progress, and I came back from Adepticon sick. Yeah. So I did get the con cred, even though I did my hand thing, the sanitizer thing that Campbell talked about after going through the airport. You're just shaking a lot of people's hands and
Having a sick roommate,
and you're
maybe,
and you're wearing yourself down because Doug and Todd from Table War were constantly drinking with us and and pushing drinks on me, and I'd stay up so late every night and be like, well, it's not really that late, right? Because this is 2 hours ahead of what I'm used to.
Right.
But then I'd get up super early.
Then
So
you get up at 5 a.m. and you're like, oh, this is 3 a.m.
I did run my Call of Cthulhu game there, which was a World War II based Call of Cthulhu scenario, using the miniatures from Achtung Cthulhu, which is a skirmish game, and they're just fantastic. And the 6 players that played seemed like they had a really good time. And then I confirmed that because later they were playing in Matt Weeks ran a DCC. Matt Weeks is the guy who basically spearheads Adepticon. There's a lot of people involved, Hank and all these people, but Matt's kind of always been my contact into Adepticon. He ran a Dungeon Crawl Classics game there and had many of the same players I had. And he was like, those guys wouldn't stop talking about your Call of Cthulhu game and how much fun they have. It's like, oh, good. The last thing I want to do is go in there.
Well, from secondhand, getting to hear how guys did it when we went away for Geekend.
Right.
And I wasn't in it, but hearing how it went and then hearing how this group did it at Adepticon, it was pretty freaking cinematic. I mean, like that was a pretty epic.
Yeah.
I mean,
like the lieutenant, went back to rescue one of his guys knowing that it meant he was probably going to bite it.
One of his guys who'd gone nuts because Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it was a great.
End up blowing up this entire facility to take out a Shoggoth and let the other guys get away. It was pretty epic,
as it should be.
Yeah,
It
was pretty awesome. They had a great time, and this is the third time I've run that scenario. I ran it twice at Geekin that we did back to back. Saw how the different people interacted in the scenario, and this time I saw a third way that people interacted, totally different than the other ways. So it was really fun to see, firsthand. I did that. I played in the Gallant GT, which my fault. I misunderstood what this event was. Like I was thinking this was the replacement for the 40K friendly.
Yeah.
Turns out not so much. Now the interesting thing here to me was Austin had submitted his list, and in his list, he's playing Ultramarines. He was like, I'm going to take Gilliman, 75 power level. It wasn't even points, it was power level. So I'm like, oh, how competitive can it be? Right? They rejected his list. They said, no, you can't bring Gilliman. So I thought, oh, okay. They're like toning all the lists down.
Sure.
It kind of even said if you're kind of new to the game, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. My first game was against Ian, which is one of Austin's very good friends who didn't move out here. He's from Minnesota. We had played last year, and that was how I met Austin. So my first game was against him, which was great because it was a rematch of Thousand Suns versus Space Wolves. Super fun. I guess I'm kind of bleeding into games played.
Yeah, we're there now.
All right. So they didn't talk about all this stuff I purchased and drive Brian nuts. But anyway, great game. Super fun. I ended up winning that game. I wouldn't say handily, but in the end, I was like, yeah, we called it. Like, you're not going to be able to overcome this. Okay. My next game is against Oleg, I think was the guy's name, Russian guy. kind of very stereotypical Russian when I first meet him, like really not smiling, stoic. So anyway, the game, proceeds. It's going fine. And but the thing is, he puts on the table a super heavy, the Forge World Necron super heavy thing, the Lord of War. And
it's a cool looking model.
It's very cool. And in fact, he bought it because he liked the model, and then basically bought the rest of the Necrons around that unit. So, wow. I mean, he was
really
passionate
liked the
about it.
model.
He was super nice. I think he just didn't know what to expect coming to the table with me, and so he had his like game face on, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
And so as he's deleting a unit a turn with his, take 32 wounds minus 4 AP, okay.
You didn't roll 32 sixes. Jeez.
No.
What?
So I couldn't even roll sixes.
Yeah.
You don't even get a save.
Yeah.
So, so anyway, that goes poorly. And by this time I realize I'm butting up against when I got to go run my Call of Cthulhu game. Yeah. And I basically go to the tournament organizers and I say, do you guys have a ringer? I need a drop to go to this thing. And they say, well, we don't. And I say, okay, well, never mind. I'll stick it out.
Right.
And then another guy came up to him and said he was sick. He needed to go. And so when they came back to me and said, well, we got somebody who's leaving. You don't have to leave, but if you'd still like to, that would balance us out. And I said, okay, that's fine. Which was good. It gave me a little bit of time to get set up for my game and all that. And, but I had a good time. Then I played a couple open games. I played Campbell, from 40K Badcast, who claimed they're bad at 40K, and so can you.
Nope.
Campbell's not bad at 40K. Campbell's Black Templars rolled me, and he outplayed me. I won't make an excuse on dice roll.
Right.
But again, to use your 4+ deny the witch stratagem that he has requires me to succeed a successful psychic test to deny it. And I think I got one psychic test off that actually made a difference in that game. So as a Thousand Suns player, that's very disheartening when you're not even making your smite rolls.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not a phase they particularly rely on. They don't need the psychic phase. It's a crutch.
No.
Right.
And then like his champion guy, I can't remember what he's equipped with, just decimated my demon prince at one point. Like he survived the first round of combat and then basically played a stratagem, let him attack again, and that was the end of my demon prince.
Well, your demon prince was probably distracted by all of Campbell's medals he was carrying around.
Yeah.
It was the glint in his eye off of...
Campbell was walking around with 3 medals from events that he'd won. Now, one of them fairly was a trivia event of which he knows a crazy amount of trivia about 40K. But yeah, Campbell was representing.
Yeah.
And then my second game was against Cameron, who apparently gave you some alcohol.
All weekend long. And it was delicious private stat. I don't know what it was. We're trying to figure out how I can have some more of it. But yeah, it was just meeting Ian and then Drew, and I mean, I'd met Ian before, and Kevin and their kind of extended crew of guys was really, really awesome. And really not only enjoyed Kevin's kind offer of brown liquid, but also just, they were really fun guys to talk to. I mean, we just connected with a lot of people. Like even you and Campbell and Dan, when the 4 of us were finally in the room together, they were like, man, we really like Jody. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I bring him.
He's all right.
He's okay.
He's all right. Yes.
It's not
but
just
I think
the hair.
A lot of the same values and things and that kind of thing. Yeah. But so I played Cameron. Cameron was playing Admech. In that game, all my psychic powers were working, and
so that went better then.
Things went very well that game. Things went very well that game. Yeah. And then Demon Prince versus Call was kind of a cool fight. So yeah.
Because you won it?
Demon Prince won it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as far as games played, I mean, that was kind of my experience there. Yeah. Joe, do you want to talk about any games played here that you got?
So I already touched on the Space Hulk.
Yeah.
That was really almost the only thing I played while I was at Adepticon. Another great credit to it is like, I wasn't bored ever wandering around.
Yeah.
But I did get Small Hammer back up and running. Thursday night Small Hammer. We had our very first one just last 2 nights ago, Thursday, because it's Thursday night Small Hammer. And no 40K related gaming happened. It was other GW wonderful products. Man, I tell you what, though, Blitz Bowl continues to be the gateway game of choice. Like, I had 2 new people show up that have never done any wargaming, were playing Blitz Bowl and really enjoying it, and then started asking me, like, well, what's this kill team thing? And I was like, well,
I'm glad you asked.
Funny you should ask.
Come back next Thursday.
If you like Blitzball, wait till you try Kilting.
Yeah. So it's, but it was good to get some moving some models around, rolling some dice in whatever form it took.
Nice.
Brian?
What about you? Games played?
Well, I didn't go that Thursday because, again, I had a kid get sick again. All right. I did get a game in, and I'm happy to say it was my swan song game for my Death Guard. Played against Josh on the War Porch. I had the classic. I had finished painting a Hellbrute that I did a bunch of conversion on to get like a Death Guard torso built in with the pipes and ton of converting, painted it, loved it, and it died first turn before I could go. So it kind of kept that pattern.
There it is.
The highlight of the game was and this was just one of those wonky keyword interaction things, it was the first game I got to use the flesh mower in, and it took out a flyer. Like a storm talon. Just the visual of just a fat lawnmower just kind of slowly going up, dripping fluids on the way up, and then just taking,
Chitty chitty bang bang, huh?
And even he was saying, he's like, that's not right. And I'm like, I know it's not right. And I'm losing, so this is the one thing that's going to go my way today.
You see that video of that guy that made the flying lawnmower?
So that was me. And it was a nice send off. It was like, okay, I can put this army away.
Yeah.
Let's pull out my quarter 2 army.
So now Brian can roll his eyes, but there is one thing I didn't touch on, which was I did make a lot of purchases in this period.
You really did.
I didn't make a lot of purchases at Adepticon itself, which is great. I just say thanks to Aaron who bought me the 40K objectives, the metal 40K objective
They are
markers,
really
which
sweet.
are just
Yeah,
beautiful.
those look nice.
Oh, they're so nice and heavy. Like I like the weight of them. He also got me that new Primaris Lieutenant. That's the show only one.
Very
cool. Got one of those. I ended up getting I didn't wait in that huge Forge World line or Games Workshop line, I should say. But eventually I just waited for it to die down. Wanted to try to buy book 8 of the Horus Heresy Black Book series. And it was
Gone.
It had been gone 10 minutes into the day, which is fine because I didn't want to carry it home anyway. I would prefer to have it shipped home free. So if you order it there, they ship it home free. So I ordered that, which is great. And so that will be coming. Then we'll be doing coverage of that thing. But in the intervening time, in the intervening weeks, I had ordered a Baden or a Abaddon, or it goes both ways. 2 sets of the Chaos Space Marines, and the great thing, as we talked about earlier with the Shadow Spear stuff, is now that I feel like I can mix those in with that, I'm going to have a really diverse. Like I told people I was going to go hard on the Black Legion. I wasn't joking. So I also ordered that Noctilith crown, the terrain piece that they get.
Neat.
That looks pretty cool. I've seen some nice. I'll put it in the terrain train because there's some nice effects I've seen done on that. Vigilus Ablaze, got that. The Chaos Space Marine Codex 2, got that. 3 sets of Havocs because Havocs are freaking awesome now.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of talk about the whatever the cannon thing is, the 8-shot string,
chain cannon,
which looks awesome.
Yeah.
Great stats. People are like, oh, of course, the best thing they have is only one of in each kit. And I think that's kind of bunk. They should probably have 2 in each kit. But here's my counter argument to that too. Las cannons are nothing to slouch at either, man. If you want to delete vehicles from a table, nothing deletes vehicles like las cannons or a Necron Super Heavy, apparently. But but I mean, I'm fully gonna load up a Havoc squad with 4 las cannons, and then I'll figure out the other chain cannon situation. But I mean, they have a variety of weapons to use, and that kit is just amazing looking.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the debate, speaking of Havocs, going around online about that the Havocs got a stat bump?
Oh, yeah.
They're T5, right?
Yep.
And then some.
And on 40 mil bases. And they can move and shoot heavy weapons without penalty. Holy mackerel.
Which I love all of that. See prior episode discussion of why I'm not a huge fan of Chaos Terminators and I am a huge fan of Obliterators, and this feels like a perfect little bridge in between Chaos Marine, Havoc, Obliterator, Marvel Technovirus situation, evolution thing that I like. But this is spun into, and I don't know, just to to feed the grumpy people, I guess, because hey, I'm on the show.
You have to offend somebody.
Apparently,
get it out of the way early.
I'm not. I swear I'm not. No, but there was a debate that came up around.
You can offend anybody that's not our listener. How about
that? I do that in my daily life. I'm just not on. No, but people talking about that Terminators should now, Imperial Terminators should be getting a stat bump to match the Havocs, and I don't know. I obviously have my opinions, but I was just curious if you guys saw it and what your thoughts on that, because the Havocs have got this big increase in their stats and abilities, that now these other units should also get stat increases and abilities. And it was always Imperial Marine equivalents.
I feel like Terminators maybe need to be a little bit tougher than they are. I do like that they're 2 wounds. I think they could go to 3 wounds. Yeah, I agree.
If they go 3 wounds,
then they'd be sweet. Like it'd be no brainer. Oh, I'm taking a unit of those guys, right?
Right.
And speaking of Terminators, I also bought 2 boxes of the new Chaos Space Marine Terminator,
and they look great. Oh my God! Narratively, not a fan. Those models are phenomenal.
I'm so excited about this army, and so really my plan here is take all this stuff, get it all assembled. Settle on what my black recipe is. I got you, Brian, giving me one recipe. I got Caleb giving me another. I got Israel trying to give me another. Right. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, I got to find one that works for me quickly. I like your idea of like the blues as the shade.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to go that route. You and I'll talk later. But and then I just want to do the whole base, like the whole thing at once, and then I'll start going through a unit at a time doing detail work.
Pick out the gold. Do this.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna get this stuff on the table. I'm gonna get it all built. I'm gonna do all the base coding. Then I'm gonna figure out here's the list I want to play, and I'll paint the details on the units to the list I want to play, and then grow it as it goes. And I also have this kind of larger plan where I start. Because it's kind of a chaos undivided force, I start like, well, here's Abaddon's Khorne Lieutenant, which I'm going to use Lord Zufar for.
Yeah.
Right? I'll kit bash that model a little bit.
Yeah.
Make him, here's like my Hounds of Abaddon, arm of the force. And then I'll do like a Slanesh arm of the force, etc.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking forward to doing like the Thousand Suns kind of arm of the force. Like where I have like black rubric Marines. I mean, they just look choice. So so that's kind of my long ranging.
Yeah. This is how I've ended up waffling lately. It's exactly that path of like, oh, I did this one Chaos Demon Force. Now I did another Chaos Demon Force, and well, man, wouldn't it be cool if I had Traitor Guard to summon them? And
you got 3, and then I've got. You might as well do the 4th one.
Exactly. I mean, you don't.
That was how I wound up in the army for 4 years. I was like, I'll go in 2, and they're like, well, to be an MP, you got to do 3. I'm like, if I'm gonna do 3, I might as well do 4, and then I can just say I've done 4.
There you go.
Next thing I know, what happened?
Wow. Well, in the Chaos Codex thing, so I remember when they made the announcement that they were going to, if you own the digital copy, which I do for the Chaos one, that it would just automatically, it was going to get updated. Well, when that Saturday rolled around, I kept checking it. I was like, well, maybe I'm doing it wrong, and then I think it was last week sometime when it finally did.
Yeah, I think you delete it and re-upload it or re-download it, right?
There was a thing actually where it showed that there was
an update,
but it wasn't until I want to say like Tuesday this week, and somebody actually, I forgot the name. I should have thanked him with this, but somebody in the community actually said, "Hey, the update's live." And the thing that I was really surprised with was actually Terminators getting to take chain axes.
Yes.
And as a World Eaters guy.
And that Terminator kit, by the way, comes with all the weapon options. Like
there it is.
I mean, now maybe not like complete, like, all 4 guys
you don't have
have
5 chain fists.
Whatever. But the current, like the older one, did not come with, like, I think it's missing a power sword.
Right.
And like you can take a power sword.
But you can even take, I mean, if you go with like the Horus Heresy Cataphracti axe kits, like the bolter axe kits, you can use those, because like that's what I have for my World Eaters Chaos Terminators that I'm converting up. And when I saw that, though, I mean, that's a really cheap Terminator. So taking a couple 8-man units of those and just letting them be World Eaters, I got a lot of bad ideas.
Like just letting them be World Eaters, just allow
you
it.
Drop them in and you just say, you guys were born to do this.
My initial take when I was building Terminators was I was not a fan of like the Tusk kind of look thing,
right?
But it did grow on me, like many things in 40K. I was like, now I'm like, oh, I think it looks awesome. Yeah, like I'm sold. I'm totally sold.
Yeah. I think I love it.
So I mean, that's me. And that's kind of my grand plan. This is what I've been kind of waiting for since I got an inkling that Chaos was getting an update, I put my original Black Legion stuff all on hold, stopped painting, and just said, I'm going to wait. And now that time's here. So now it's time to put up or shut up.
So to that grand plan and you putting up, because I think you're going to put up, I'll bet on you.
Good.
Got to spend some time with Dave Taylor at Adepticon, which was a treat. And I've been reading
Is he the nicest guy you've ever met?
He all over the place as advertised.
And Mel. Right?
And Mel.
Yep.
And
whom you'll hear from later on this show.
And I was really enjoying reading on my flight home. And since Armies, Legions, and Hordes, Dave Taylor's book, he talks about planning an army. The first about 40 pages of the book are literally just about planning projects and how to stay engaged with your project. To that end, have you set any sort of hobby promise or goal towards your timeline of starting and getting engaged with this Death Guard? Like what's the first foreseeable step? I mean, you mentioned the step, but I guess timeline is really.
So I guess what I would like to do, quite frankly, is by the next time we record, have everything assembled. Okay. I think that's totally doable. Mm-hmm. Especially if I keep pushing out the time we record. No, but in all seriousness, have the keys. Yeah. But in all seriousness, I think in the next 2 weeks or so, I expect to have everything I've purchased assembled. The one exception to that is Abaddon's rack, like on the back of his thing. I'm going to actually leave that off. I'm going to replace it with a banner that Jeremy Woods commissioned to paint the banner. He's been sending me some drawing ideas and stuff, and I'm going to make that banner on copper, a copper plate. So it'll be bent a little bit to look like, so I got to work on that. There was a guy who had posted a number of months ago on our forum how to make like a brass rod and copper banners. Right. So I'm going to kind of imitate that. And that's the one piece I won't paint in this army is that banner, because I just can't do it. I just literally a couple triangles, whatever, but
there's a learning curve there
so I guess that's my hobby commitment, my hobby goals and promises, since we're moving into that section right now. So what about you, Jody? Where are you heading?
So as I mentioned, is to actually get paint on models. Is I've been able to do a fair amount of building since the move, but it's been a month since I did any real painting. I'm midway through a Blitz Bowl team, another Blitz Bowl team. But really it's dialing in very similar way to you. I got to get my black pattern that I want to use with my Red Corsairs finished off. And also thanks to the listeners who chimed in when I did a little inquiry about like, hey, I'm looking for a specific kind of Renegade chapter. Funny enough, the Red Corsairs were exactly what I was looking for. I just, in researching for this show, didn't realize quite how perfectly they fit what I wanted to do.
But aren't they like anti-demon?
No, the Crimson Slaughter Crimson Slaughter is what I thought I was going to do. Right. And when I looked into them and really dug into they're actually fairly anti-demon.
They have like these ghosts and stuff.
And it's actual ghosts. It's not demons, but the narrative they don't say it, this is my interpretation, is it Tzeentch just really manipulating the garbage out of the poor guys. And I want people who are not like, oh, chaos, so I guess. I want the guys who are like, chaos is awesome, and you're wrong, and let's do this thing, bring on all the demons.
Bring it all.
And apparently, as we'll talk more about shortly, the Red Corsairs get me there. So Red Corsairs are happening soon. So,
very cool.
So I can get back
one
on.
thing I do need to throw out before we move to you, Brian, is I need to thank Greg Dan of the Imperial Truth podcast, who reached out to me before it went on sale, but was able to get me a copy of John French's A Solar War, the special edition. So before it went on sale, he reached out and said, if you want me to try to get you one, I can try to get. And since they're ahead of us, I had him try to get it before it came to the U.S., and then I didn't have to. And he brought it out to me at Adepticon. So thank you very much, Greg. So I appreciate that.
Cool.
All right. What's on the hobby bench, Brian?
Mine's pretty straightforward. Thankfully, this list I'm taking to the Boise GT is going to have very few models. So I'm just kind of going through. I have, the Hemlock and Wraith Knight that I ordered just came in the other day. So I started assembling those last night. But prior to that, I only had 2. I'm just kind of picking a keyword and painting all that stuff. So it's like I have a Bone Singer that Ed, who you guys met, that came down here.
Yeah.
gave to me, and I have that Wraith Seer from Forge World. I'm going to paint those first and then just roll.
That's interesting. You pick a keyword and paint to the keyword.
Well, I mean,
that's kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, Jody, you know, it's the inside of my head is just, people talk about hobby ADHD, and it's like add real life ADHD on top of that. And it's just squirrels on fire on ecstasy.
Do you mind if so you do struggle with ADHD a bit.
Oh, a bit.
Really? Like not when we joke about it. Does it annoy you when we like say, "Oh, I've got hobby ADHD," and you're like, "Oh God, you know what? Shut up."
No.
You don't know,
You don't know my struggle. No, because I mean there are people that have I mean no, because I use the same joke myself.
Okay.
So no. I don't sit there and get offended by it, because I mean you can always point at somebody who has like a legitimate
struggle.
Right.
Yeah. And it's just like, my day just sometimes it takes me longer to do things. That's not a real, I get distracted and start painting other models. It's not like, no, I have cystic fibrosis and, if I don't do this thing, I die, so.
Well, and as educators, and specifically, Brian, you work with kids who are, the normal system doesn't work real well for them. So we see kids that ADHD is much, I want to presume on you, but is life intrusive in a way that you either are able to manage or it isn't for you. So
well, and it was working with those kids that I even figured out. I mean, because I was diagnosed, when I was 40 or 41. 40. And then
the doctor was amazed. You were telling me.
Yeah, they were like, You've never been diagnosed. You're classic. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, that
explains so much.
That explains some things.
Well, and it also makes for some of the wonderment and magic that is hanging out with Brian. Of like, you kind of go along on a magic carpet ride of conversation sometimes. And if you embrace it, it's magic.
Well, I got to say, I've held 2 of the like come and paint and hobby days. And each day, like only one person's shown up. The first time it was Aaron. The second time it was Brian.
Yeah.
And like, I felt like we got a number of hours, both of us working on stuff, just chatting. It was actually really pleasant. I thought so. Yeah. So I think that's it for hobby progress.
Yep.
And you could breathe a sigh of relief. We can end this. Jason can now start the program. And when we come back, we're going to start talking about, the powers of chaos as we go through our next episode, Champions of 40K. So we'll be right back.
Great Scott, 00. Foam Finger's destroying all the models with his rough touch.
Oh, Mullins Penny. Don't you worry. John is on the case.
How is that, John?
I'm going to warn the world that they should be using the soft blue foam with the hard cases. Foam Finger will never ruin another model again.
You mean Operation KR? Is the world ready for that, John?
The world is ready. I'll make sure of it. The only way is to spoil Foam Finger's plans.
Hard cases with the soft foam is the only answer. You've convinced me, John. Let's move forward with Operation KR.
The name's Jond. Jimmy Jond.
Oh, John. See? Give 00 John the figures for this mission.
Go to krmulticase.com for some of the best storage and transport solutions for your army. Match almost limitless combinations of cases and trays in the KR transport system to suit your personal requirements. Reasonably priced, KR allows you to transport your minis safely to and from the tabletop, no matter where that battlefield is.
Hard on the outside, soft in the middle. KR Cases is where John always gets his foam. KR Hard Cases for soft blue foam.
All right, we're back, and we are now going to be talking about the whole point of the show, Heroes of 40K. This time we are talking about the powers of chaos. And so the first thing we're going to do is we've basically each chosen 2 different chaos heroes, anti-heroes, heroes, 2 chaos villains, however you want to think about it. Depends on your perspective.
They're
heroes.
I agree.
Yes.
Heroes of the warp.
Right. And we've each picked 2. We're going to kind of round robin it, but we're going to go through our first pick. We'll talk all about this stuff around them. Then we'll come back from another break and we'll talk about our second pick. So let's talk about who we picked first. For me, I chose Arcos the Faithless, who is an Alpha Legion leader of the Faithless Warband. Brian, who did you pick?
This is not much of a surprise. I went with my guiding light, my Oprah.
My Oprah.
I went with Karn the Betrayer.
You get an axe. And you get a chain axe. And you get a chain axe. Chose an obscure one, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Jody?
And before I even realized it at the time, I think I went with the new cool kid choice, Huron Blackheart, the pirate chapter master of the Red Corsairs Renegades.
Nice. All right. So the first thing we want to talk about is who is this hero and kind of what organization do they belong to? Well, so I'll go ahead and go first. Mine is kind of light in this section. I chose a pretty obscure guy. There's not a whole lot of lore about him. But Arcos is a captain of the Alpha Legion back during the Horus Heresy. And he, obviously with the rest of the Alpha Legion, they turned traitor, or did they? They turned traitor. I think we know. Or did they? No, they did.
But did they?
They did. Arcos, where he really kicks in though is he is at the Siege of Terra, but where he really comes to light is during the Siege of Vrax. This is where the character really shows up for the first time in like actual writing. So in Siege of Vrax, the interesting thing about him is he leads a warband called the Faithless, and they will sometimes disguise themselves as loyalist space marines when they arrive somewhere and be like, oh, for the Emperor, and while they're really undermining a bunch of stuff. Arcos is kind of the voice behind the throne during the whole situation with Vrax, and he leads it down that path, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. But the interesting thing about him is, especially one of the reasons I picked him, was towards the end of this, he ends up getting captured. But I like to think as an Alpha Legion agent, maybe his actual disposition at the end of that story leaves some open to interpretation. You could easily imagine that maybe a subordinate got captured and was in his place or something along those lines. That's one of the fun things about Alpha Legion. So that was my choice. Again, a fairly light one this go around. Brian, let's talk about your guy there, Karn the Betrayer.
Okay, so Karn the Betrayer is the former, if you go pre-heresy, is the former captain of the 8th Assault Company. So of course, 8th.
Nice.
As well, he should be.
He had a distinguished role as far as being the equerry to probably, he had the worst job of any person who had to attend to a Primarch. Getting slammed with Angron was probably not the best assignment, but fast forward going into the heresy, according to some of the lore, he's the first person to storm the walls at the Siege of Terra. The whole bit is killed, but not killed there. Later in the warp, he's sort of personally responsible for the action that ultimately breaks the World Eaters and turns them into what they are now, as far as just roving band of berserkers. But when we get into him a little bit later, I really want to go into, there really are two Karns when you go to look at how he's written. And a lot of it is just how he was delivered initially and then how the story has been backfilled in. But there's more depth to him there than you see sometimes. We're used to sort of, instead of bolter porn, it's like chain axe porn. But we see a lot of that stuff. But there's some of the authors that have really filled in the backstory that, to me, I love him because it's a convincing villain. When it's just I'm evil because I'm evil, it's pretty light and boring. But this guy actually, his backstory to me is really tragic and convincing.
Okay. Jody, how about you?
Speaking of a duality, so it literally, Huron Blackheart is two different characters. And he only has a little bit of background.
Name.
It goes through a name change in the form of two entire Forge World books basically tell you who he is and where he comes from. So I'm going to abridge that down as much as possible here. Originally, Huron was Luft Huron, the chapter master of the Astral Claws, who were the central guiding defenders of a region of temporal disturbance in the Imperium known as the Maelstrom. And it was this area that was basically much like the Eye of Terror and the Cadian Gate of old.
It's like a mini Eye of Terror.
And apparently there's a handful of these, or there were a handful of these throughout the Imperium because good storytelling. So the Astral Claws had actually stood for roughly 300 years as guardians of this realm, and Badab Prime, the main planet, was this incredibly productive munitions factory.
Yeah.
At one point, the old chapter master pursues Chaos into the warp and is cut down, at which point Luft Huron, who has made this meteoric rise through the ranks, is promoted to chapter master. And he begins to use the resources from the Badab planet to bolster the defenses of the defending forces guarding in the Maelstrom, along with other Marine chapters. Right. Well, they continue to ask for aid from the Imperium to, hey, we need to bolster these defenses. And Marine chapters are expected to donate, if you will, or send in tithes of gene seed, where they can be tested for impurities and monitored. Luft Huron
stored in case of some tragedy, right?
Incredibly important. Yeah. Luft Huron's main acumen was in large scale munitions. Think shock and awe with heavy artillery.
Right.
Just obliterate it with very precise but very heavy doses of munitions. And it kept his guys alive.
Yeah.
Is he said, if we can shoot you at range really precisely, we don't have to engage. Well, he starts not sending his tithes because he needs every guy he can get if they're really going to push back against the Maelstrom and really create a bulkhead, a defensive line. And this is not terribly uncommon, actually. Marines that are involved in chapters that are involved in long-term sieges, they will do this from time to time. That like, look, we need the gene seed right now.
Right.
We'll catch up later.
Right.
But this goes on for a really extended amount of time. Mm-hmm. And kind of the guiding principle that Huron becomes known for is a quote that is, lest I'm mistaken, goes back to one of the very earliest 40K rule books. I don't think it's in the Rogue Trader book. I think it's in the compendium, like the second book. This quote shows up from him, and it's one of the great science where this one sentence becomes this entire thing.
Yes.
So the one sentence that defines Luft Huron, and it'll carry over to when I talk about Huron here in a minute, is, though the guards may sleep and my ships may lay at anchor, our foes know full well that the big guns never tire.
Right.
Well, the Imperium...
One point I want to add to your story, because one of the frustrations he goes through, unless you're just about to say this, is that he's asking for assistance from the Imperium and resources and whatnot, and the Imperium's very, very slow to respond to this.
Right.
I mean, with it being this huge machine...
Right.
They're very, very slow to give him the resources he needs, and so he starts kind of taking matters into his own hands.
Right. So he's in control of this munitions planet, and not only is he not sending his gene seed tithe, but he's keeping the military munitions and the guns that are being forged for himself. And by slow,
arguably for a good reason,
right, to defend this area as he's supposed to. And slow to respond is slow to the respond of like hundreds of years of slow to respond, like really not returning calls. You know, it ghosted to some degree. This chapter,
the Imperium ghosted him.
Yeah. That's funny if you think about the end story about who gets him.
Yeah.
Right. That's right.
See what I did there? Okay. Anyway, so these Marine chapters show up to go, hey, what the heck? To which he turns the big guns on these loyalist Marine chapters who are coming to collect the tithe and wipes them out, just blows them out of the sky.
Yeah.
They're gone. Word of this gets back, and well, now it's a different kind of song and dance.
Right.
And the Badab War ensues between the various chapters there, along with those who rally to Luft Huron's call for, no, we're in the right. We're doing the work of the Emperor and the work of the Imperium. We're doing the right thing.
And some of them are just they're torn between two oaths like their chapters have made, right? They're like, we have longstanding agreements with the Astral Claws that we will assist them. Some of them feel forced to kind of, we got to follow through on our commitment.
Right. And
it's a great story. Like we actually did some coverage on these two books, and if you haven't listened to it, you should check it out, because it's really, really two of the greatest products Forge World ever put out.
Adon selling slipcovers got nothing on me selling the slip-covered set. It is one of my very few hobby purge regrets that I went, what was I thinking? Nevertheless, the Minotaurs actually, I believe, kind of show up for the first time here. Yeah. And they're kind of interesting in that they are they are under the control of the Lords of Terra.
Yeah.
And they show up with a bunch of others, and an incredibly bloody fight ensues And in its big climactic battle, a star, and I cannot remember the name of the fortress. It's something of thorns. It's a cool name. It's a cool name. There's thorns. All right. Chaos foreshadowed. The Star Phantom's captain, in a climactic final scene, blasts Left Huron with a melt-a-gun.
Point blank,
obliterating the vast majority of his body.
Right.
Yeah.
And half his face.
Yeah, half his face. His like right arm is gone. Most of his torso, but they scoop him up. Some of his followers scoop him up, and they retreat because they're also one of the side effects of them having to work within this warp space is they're excellent shipsmen. I don't know what's it, sailors. They're
Sure,
not sailors, but yeah, they're excellent at navigating the warp. So they actually retreat, and Huron tells them to go into this warp space, into the maelstrom, to hide because they'll be able to navigate it and nobody else will. And within a very short number of days, and what some people see as maybe dark miracles, the Bionics take, and Left Huron rises back to his feet and is a changed man in so many ways.
Yeah.
And has donned this new armor and swears revenge against the Imperium that turned its back not only on him, but on the people of the sector.
Yeah.
And begins to carve this bloody path of piracy throughout this region of the Imperium, and still to this day.
Yeah. A couple other things just to mention too is as it turns out, is like I guess you want to call them the Imperium forces are beginning to win the war. Like they find that like Left Huron has been experimenting on other gene seed and like doing all this stuff that you're really not supposed to be doing at all.
Yeah. Right. Victory at any cost, so to
in
speak.
fact, I think there's even a point where he makes a raid against another, I want to say it's the Salamanders, but I can't remember. Their like gene vault and like steals a bunch of gene seed from them.
There's so many great stories of him raiding. There's one where he actually dooms a chapter. He goes in and wipes out their gene seed, and they're like,
actually, and this story is actually where the Zone Mortalis rules come from too, because that was the first time you saw Zone Mortalis rules was in those two books, and how to play like small action games.
Missions. Yeah. So not only is he reborn, but a really important point to this whole thing that I almost missed there is he asks his chapter brethren to remove all marks of fealty from their armor, and they dab over it with red and black paint, and they become the Red Corsairs at this point and take on a raiding pirate fleet-based agenda for a short while. They actually do have multiple formal bases now, but that's it. It's this betrayal and almost rebirth story of moving from Left Huron to Huron Blackheart.
Nice. I think that's well summed up.
Yes.
I kind of spoke about this, but why this hero? Like, what is it about you that appeals to them? I already kind of touched on this in my short overview of Arcos. I mean, he's an Alpha Legion guy, and number one, in some ways, I regret not doing Alpha Legion. I just love their color scheme. When done
pretty.
right, it is so good.
Right.
It would be a challenge to do right, I think, in many ways. But man, it can look really, really good.
Yeah.
I think they get some of the greatest models, especially from the Horus Heresy line. I think they get some really, really cool stuff. But not only that, like, I love the kind of behind the scenes villain that he is. He, when Vrax kind of rolls itself out, you have Lord Zufor, who's the World Eaters commander there, running thing. You have, what's his name? Necrosius, the Nurgle sorcerer, of the Death Guard there. You have some great personalities, but really it's behind the scenes. It's Arcos who really orchestrates the whole thing. Right. He's talking to the, for those who don't know, Vrax is a munitions planet, much like the one we just talked about. The war against Vrax goes on for like an incredible amount of time. Like, it just goes longer and longer. It's supposed to be done in like 10 years, but it ends up dragging on, and countless like Krieg forces are just dying left and right. The ground is just mulched and poisonous at this point, and you really have to think like World War I, trench warfare for this whole thing. But one of the great things is that this all really came about because Arcos basically went in there, kind of manipulated the situation. And then when things started to get to a point where he's like, I could really use some help, he kind of invites the World Eaters in to deal with this, who, because of them and all the death they're causing, the Nurgle forces show up. They're like, hey, so I hear a bunch of stuff is rotting. Right. And so really, it just makes for a really cool character that can manipulate behind the scenes. The one thing that I kind of take away from that is, one thing people often forget with Alpha Legion, though, is that they are Space Marines, and they can fight like Space Marines. Right. And a lot of times people are like, oh, they only do these stealthy missions.
The sneaky stuff.
Right. Yeah. And I remember talking to, I think it was John French at one point, we were talking about Alpha Legion and how they were portrayed in the Horus Heresy Black books from Forge World. Yeah. And at one point, even, I think it was John that had said, in a way, I kind of regret that I don't show that in some way they are Space Marines. They can fight like Space Marines. They have artillery. They have Vindicators. They have tanks, but they're also known for, this kind of behind the scenes thing.
I always think of it like the ultimate rope-a-dope, that they can lure you in and you think you're playing this feigning game. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're Space Marines. And they drop the hammer. Yeah, for sure. And then, at the end of Vrax, he's supposedly captured by the Dark Angels and then whisked away to the Rock for interrogation, which, if he's such an important, one to capture as opposed to just kill him, imagine the information he has, or do they actually even have him? Who knows? Right. The ultimate Astra Claw. Sorry, my brain's stuck in one place. The ultimate Alpha Legion move, though, right? We got him.
Right.
Did you?
Yeah, who knows? But I like to think you could play him in a number of different ways. So, Brian, what about you?
Well, opposed to the Alpha Legion, where there's this, duality to them, and, when they aren't just sneaky, the World Eaters are pretty straightforward, which is part of the thing that I like about them. With Karn, though, I do want to back up a little bit. So, Jody was nice enough to let me borrow his Jess Goodwin sketchbook.
Right? Oh yeah, that, has, that is a great book.
The Gothic and the Eldritch. Yeah,
yes,
great book.
The reason why I also, it isn't just I'm a Karn fanboy. I picked him also because I really like the evolution of these villains over the course. So in the recent video they did on the design of the new Abaddon model, right?
Yeah.
Jess Goodwin was sitting there talking about it and the sculptor was there, and he mentioned this great point. He said, "Look, all of these heroes were sketches that I drew. Yeah, I drew up this guy, and I'm like, oh, let's call him Abaddon the Despoiler." So all these ones, and when you look at the old stuff, it's very like late 80s. It's all the metal, right? Yeah. And the World Eaters, like 14-year-old me in the Rogue Trader days saw like the old Berserker, Rogue Trader models with glaives.
The funny thing is about that. So I remember late 70s, early 80s being a little kid. And across the street from my mom's house in Santa Clara, there were these guys who were, they lived with their mom. They were older. They were probably 18, 19 at the time. They had like little Toyota trucks or whatever. But one of them, and they were all like long hair, into metal stuff. Right. One of them had this truck. And I remember on the back of the truck there's a window on the back of the truck. And on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side of the window, he had the Iron Maiden covers painted on the windows of the truck. And every time I think about like Warhammer 40K and metal, and all that, I always remember these guys that lived across the street.
Right.
I almost like it. When you talk about it, I almost like hear like, that music, because they'd always be over there working on their cars, like cranking their music out.
Yeah.
That's what I think about every time.
Isn't the original Karn drawing, he's got a big fat chain wrapped around one arm.
Yeah.
It's got spikes in it because there wasn't enough spikes before, so he needs spikes on the chains.
Right.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
So that was the thing. That's where I first fell in love with the model. I liked the Rogue Trader Berserkers before the second edition book came out, right? Where they introduced it, and I'm like, wait, you mean this guy's a character and he's the most metal of all of them? And they're like, he carries this axe that has the teeth of a mica dragon. I'm like, I don't even know what a mica dragon is,
but that sounds amazing.
So metal. It's metal lit on fire. It's awesome. So I fell in love with that, and you had the whole thing with Karn. And that's kind of the Karn that you see in a lot of the stuff. Is that he's done from this sketch. He's the most metal of the most metal Marines. They chop everything, they have implants, the whole bit. So all that appealed to me. All of that was great.
Right. The extreme of it.
it's so extreme and so silly.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. And there's a very just kind of straightforward blue collar, we know who we are sort of mentality to it. The part that I really love though is, and you can look at Karn's character, when you look at his story arc, there is the post Scalathrax. Like when he finally loses it, clearly
Scalathrax is where he becomes the betrayer, right?
Yeah. I mean, when he loses it hard. So the part that I love about his character though, is now that they've gone, with doing the Heresy series, they've gone back and actually made him convincing instead of just, he's the most metal and angry. You go back to the old thing. Like I remember the White Dwarf story where he has a counter, that for each kill it goes, but you don't know if that's how many kills there are because it's probably, the odometer is reset a couple of times or whatever the deal is. So you go from that silliness to his backstory that has been developed by authors like Aaron Dembski-Bowden is so much more convincing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that one of the things that appeals to me is that the Warhounds, was Terran born. So he is one of the Warhounds prior to finding Angron. Right. And just, I put this quote in our notes here. I love the Warhounds and the World Eaters because it's a very straightforward blue collar, we know who we are. Okay. Sort of thing. So the quote was, Dorn made builders and Magnus thinkers. Guilliman raised bureaucrats while Lorgar made priests and the Khan vagrants. Of all the legions, we were the only ones who were exactly what the Emperor wanted. All that the legions of Astartes were ever meant to be, conquerors. We weren't meant for the world that is coming, the new world that will rise from the ashes. We were only meant to burn this one down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, it brings into the whole issue of, well, was this plan all along? Were the World Eaters a tool that was supposed to be used
and then thrown away?
And eventually, given, left to their own devices, they are just going to go extinct on their own. Yeah. Just through not having tactics and throwing themselves at the wall. But Karn within that framework he really represents the best of the Legion. Uh-huh. So even when they're reunited with Angron, he's the one that, it takes a few people to go in and get introduced to Angron when he's reunited with the Legion. Sure. He's the one that's able to walk in. After the other Praetors had been, murdered, just mauled by him. He walks in there and Angron just starts mopping the floor with him. And he's just, why aren't you fighting? And then all of a sudden he's able to convince Angron. He's able to soothe him and get him to realize that I'm not fighting you because he doesn't have a fear of death. Right. And all of a sudden he recognizes this, sort of like the martial character of Karn. And then he's able to sort of tell Angron the story of seeing the Emperor and how he's the greatest warrior he's ever seen. He describes this whole battle, where they're doing the thing and you can see Angron sort of slowing down and, visualizing the battle plans in his mind and everything. But he takes this role from that point forward of being the calming voice in a legion of people that have completely lost their minds. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And people within the legion, as they're devolving and degrading,
which is really the sad point. Because he's the voice of reason, yet he goes the most extreme at the end. Well, in a way, right?
And that's what's so great about his character, because even as they are slipping further and further into madness. He's one of the first to take the nails, right? Yeah. He's one of the first to do it. He's like, no, this is my job. I'm doing what I'm doing. But as they're slipping and devolving into, with all the pit fighting and everything, they get mad at him because he doesn't try in the pits. Right. They're like, you easily could best everybody here and you don't try. And he kind of shrugs. There's this very blue collar, well, that's not a real fight. Yeah. When it comes time for war, that's when you see actual Karn. That's when the Warhounds, as they're designed to work, happen. Right. And so but watching that where he has to sort of, to be the rational voice in a legion of people that are completely falling apart, having him, he sort of has the burden of holding the legion together. All the way until you get to the Siege of Terra, where he's killed. There's the Anthony, we'll get into books later, but after that, he's like the last hope for holding the Legion together after Angron has, attained, demonhood and whatnot. But it's sort of the burden of holding this entire Legion is completely on his shoulders. And I think it's really fitting that he's the one that, this isn't like some Ayn Randian sort of, Atlas Shrugging sort of deal, but boy, when he decides he's not going to do it anymore, he does it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
When when you're talking about it, and I think that's one of my favorite points, and we'll dabble in this in the second half of the show as well, is that notion of Angron. What Angron respects about him is that martial prowess.
Right.
Is that notion of clearly he is capable.
Right.
You know, there's a the famous Allen Iverson practice.
Are we
talking practice?
Not a game.
Yeah. And it's that idea though of like, no, I'm here to do something very specific and I'm exceptional at it.
Yeah.
Right.
And asking me to do anything but that is insulting.
Right.
And it should be to everybody in the Legion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love that aspect of that character. Exactly as you said, humanizing the villain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and he even had too, I mean, in his role, and you see the respect that he has also he has, and this is why it makes more sense for him to completely lose his mind and fall onto, the Eightfold Path and go, Khorne all the way, is that he does have this martial code and sense of honor, even with doing his job. I mean, you see the scene in Betrayer where after Lorgar, well, you can argue why he saved him, but, saves him, and they're whisking away, him away after getting hit with a plasma weapon from
Angron, right?
No, when they're whisking Lorgar away.
Oh, right.
And, half of his face is missing because, a plasma blast from a Titan hits him. As he's going away, Karn actually scolds him in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And he says, your brother came down here to save you.
Yeah.
You need to be respectful and thank them. And everybody's like, they kind of do the, oh, no, you didn't, how's this going to go? And, Angron, who by any right should have just absolutely slaughtered anybody else that came through, just kind of shrugs, which is his way of going, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But I mean, to be able to stand up to, of all Primarchs, that's probably not the one you want to tell, like, Angron, remember our talk about manners, right? So,
and while you're at it, get those elbows off the table.
Yeah. But it's just, I don't know. He's such an interesting character because even the scene that follows that, Angron and being buried alive and, the whole bit ruins the two axes that he has, right? Gorechild and Gorefather. Well, Karn finds Gorechild and picks it up, and all the other guys in the Legion are saying, whoa, his traditions. When a weapon is done and thrown away, it's done. You don't do that. You know how he feels about it. And, it's sort of this thing where, that axe is really sort of the mantle of leadership really in the Legion, or it could be, the call of Khorne or whatever the deal is. But just that one scene, though, where he picks up the axe and he looks and says, if it takes 200 servitors, because he wants to find all the teeth for it. He's like, if it takes 200 servitors in 2 months, it takes 200 servitors in 2 months.
Right.
And it's just, I love that stuff.
Nice. Jody.
Well, in comparison for my grand backstory to this scene, it's pretty short and sweet here. Why is, Huron Blackheart cool?
Yeah.
What works for me? He's a pirate.
Yeah.
What else do you want other than a Chaos Marine pirate?
He kind of has the lock on it too.
Yeah.
It's like, you could have other pirate like Chaos Marines, but
not like that.
No.
Not like that.
And one of my favorite parts is if you grab your Rogue Trader, for those who have one out there, and you start flipping through, you'll see these pictures of Marines sitting around playing cards with kind of questionable stuff written on their armors. Now, they look awful Imperial in their armor.
Yeah.
But knowing what we know now, I always like to think, no, those are renegade Marines.
Yeah.
And I love that Huron, not only is he a pirate amongst pirates, in both the most savage, renditions of the really plunder and take their own style of pirate, but he's also this really great idea of Marines fall away.
Yeah.
As good as the training is, as much as they're biologically reconstructed and redesigned to be something not human for perfect service, it still doesn't work.
Right.
And this guy's convincing enough, even though he speaks through like a mostly robotic voice.
Yeah.
To have gotten enough Marines to fall away from the tattered remnants of the Astral Claws that he turned into the Red Corsairs to now rivaling the legions of the existing Chaos Marines, the Black Legion, the existing legions. He has gotten that many people to not fall, but like embrace his way of thinking.
Sure.
Yeah.
They have no way of knowing how many Red Corsairs there are because of the way they're stationed and operated. So I just love this idea of I said in an earlier episode, give me demon engines and give me renegades.
Yeah.
And if I like renegades, well, then this is the guy for me.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome.
It's the hit and run. It's that they can be anywhere.
Yeah.
They can take any form of battle you want, and you can tell any story you want with them. And if, as somebody who likes to play villains, because while I don't like losing every single game, I really don't mind losing.
Right.
Well, then if I want to play Chaos and in a Marine form, these are the perfect villain.
Yeah.
Because they can tell any story.
Yeah.
And now with
Yeah.
the expansion of the story, they can tell it anywhere almost in the Imperium,
That's
because
true.
the Maelstrom was absorbed into an extended arm of the Cicatrix Maledictum.
Right.
So they're actually probably closer to Terra than anybody else is now.
Yeah.
And they are showing up all over the place. Abaddon in his expansion kind of was like, well, you guys seem cool. I can use this.
Yeah.
Let's do some stuff. And Huron
Yeah.
was like, okay,
Yeah.
as long as it's good for me.
long-
And it has been. So
As long as I'm getting booty.
yeah.
Because by
he's a
booty, I mean
pirate.
treasure.
Yeah.
Right.
Or big freaking guns.
Yeah.
Right.
He's still a fan of the big freaking guns.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So it's nice and simple. Give me a renegade. Give me a pirate.
So let's talk a little bit about the models for these characters, if they exist in their previous incarnations, whatever. Now, there's no official model for Arcos. But if I were going to either kit bash one, you almost don't even really need to kit bash one. Like if you were to start with, say, an Alpha Legion Praetor model from the 30K line,
Yeah.
like this is a pretty great example of what Arcos would look like in my mind. So, I mean, I would maybe just change it up a little bit in terms of positioning.
Right.
But, I mean, for me, God, those models are just beautiful. The 30K Alpha Legion models are just fantastic. I think he fits right into that.
Yeah.
Right into that field. Brian, now we know there have been multiple Karn models.
There I have, and I have all of them. So the second edition one was the one that made me fall in love with it, right?
Okay.
It's the classic, got an axe in the air, no sleeve on, he was doing this whole thing. The funny thing about that old model is it's that very second edition 2D,
Right.
single plane
Single plane of
movement thing.
existence. Yeah.
But that model actually, to me, I'm a fanboy, so of course I still think it holds up, but I think it holds up a bit.
No, it does. It really does. The details are crisp on it enough, and the metal
Yes.
elements are
Yes.
metal enough that it totally plays.
So, I mean, what I did with mine, once the new plastic was released, I stripped the old one that I had. I only replaced the head with one of the Forge World Berserker kit heads. And
which are awesome, by the way.
Yeah, and I replaced the chain axe with a blade from, I think it was an AOS Age of Sigmar Khorne model. So it has a little different axe
Yeah.
on it. And then just threw a Heresy era jump pack on him. Yeah. And it's and turn the head the other way. Again, simple kit bash action.
Yeah.
It's a perfect Chaos Lord with a jump pack on
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also, his Heresy model is,
Super good.
Oh my goodness.
and his
I
Heresy
forgot about
model.
that, actually.
Oh my gosh, his Heresy model went on pre-order on my birthday. And I was like, well, that's clearly a sign. So,
Yup.
the only thing with that model, in that model, it was exciting because it was like we get to see his face, because it's always described as being very
Right.
narrow and lean and the whole bit. And the only problem with that model, the two things that I didn't like about it that I had to change on it was his left arm. He's running forward, and his left arm has that sort of gladiator segmented thing, but it's bent at an angle that really doesn't
Work for you.
it doesn't work. And then his plasma pistol that he has, it looks like if you made a 20 millimeter scale version of a plasma pistol that Skeletor from He-Man was shooting. It looks like a little water pistol with a skull on the back of it. So for me, it was an easy fix. It was just take the left arm from a Chaos Space Marine. So you have the heavy gauntlet deal.
Yeah.
Take a chainsword off and then just put one of the current plasma pistols for Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah.
It's a little bulkier. And then the right leg, I can't let it go. The right leg is positioned. If you just put it on stock the way it comes, it looks like he's peeing on a fire hydrant. So it's just, if you shave the joint a little bit and repin it, you can get it to where it actually looks like he's running and cleaving through things. But the Forge World model was just such a beautiful, it was such a beautiful translation of what his pre-heresy version would have looked like.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as far as getting the sculpted armor and all of that. And
Yeah.
then
So I want to touch on something really quick though. So you've mentioned the last two models, and that you convert them this way and you convert them that way. And
Yes.
Karn the model will always hold a really special place in my heart, especially that earliest model.
Yeah.
So Anthony, that I've mentioned a number of times, one of my old gaming buddies, who had legitimately 40,000 points of World Eaters.
Oh my God, he had so many, dude.
He literally
Every
had a
sergeant
squad
was named.
Right.
And I mean, and when you're talking like going for, well, I'll just build the Legion, and you're like, that's sick. But
Yeah.
Also kind of awesome that
you're
you
like,
got
I
that
don't
far.
think there were that many of them. Yeah.
He literally had
far,
a
man, too
squad that every guy was based off of Karn.
Oh, wow.
He had hacked up, and respect this point, these were metal.
Right.
So he'd hacked up
Right.
that many metal Karns to make an entire squad of chosen berserkers that were just Karn. Like you'd start looking at them, you're like, that belt looks,
Wow.
that arm, oh my God. And it was just, 8 times 8 Karns forever, Karn
God.
forever. Anyway, it's a beautiful model, and man, does it. I think the big extended arm situation is like, yeah, please cut my arm off and use it for a dark and glorious purpose.
Right.
So
Right.
the new one though.
Well, but before the new one, I picked up a second one in a sort of paint and trade commission deal of the Forge World one. And all that I did was just, I replaced the axe with one of the axes from the Heresy Red Butcher kits.
Yeah.
And replaced the head, did the same deal with, repositioning the leg and the plasma pistol bit, but then just replaced the head with one of the Blood Crushers. That's a Juggernaut riding ALS unit. And it's a Exalted Champion.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
I used to, when I ran World Eaters, because I had a World Eaters army before I sold it, I used to use Karn all the time. I mean, the guy was just brutal in combat.
Yeah.
I think it was 5th edition. Like, he could just tear through vehicles with his axe. I mean, it was crazy good.
Yeah.
But I was not a fan of the model. And so my Karn, which I still kept, that was like the one thing I kept of that army.
Yeah.
Was kit bashed from, I think these are the legs, the World Eater legs running, and then it was like the torso of one of the fantasy models. It's actually not my kit bash. It was a guy I had seen do it, and I said, hey, I would like the same thing.
Right.
Could you kit bash? I'll buy all the pieces, because I was kind of nervous. This is early on. I was nervous about cutting up metal models, that kind of thing. When it arrived, it had broken into all its constituent pieces. So I had to end up going back and reassembling and everything.
Right.
But I love the motion of this kit.
Yeah.
I'll post a picture of it.
Yeah.
But he's in full on forward momentum with the backswing of his axe and holding the plasma pistol, and he's got skulls all over him. And the only thing I realized later missing from it is there's no power pack on the armor. But I figure he's so angry he can get away without the power pack.
It's true. He's fueled by hate.
There it is.
He drinks a lot of haterade and gets through battles. It's fine. And then the final one, of course, is the current one.
Yeah.
And when that one came out, it's funny. Initially, I'll be honest, when I first saw it, I didn't like it initially, because I was like, God, after seeing the Forge World one, like I really wanted to get this whole thing. But then when I got the model, put it together and looked at it.
Because you bought it anyway.
Well, of course. Yeah. I mean, you can hate it all you want. It's freaking Karn. You got to buy it. I put the thing together and looked at it, and then looked at the old 2nd edition one. I was like going back and forth, and I was like, there is this beautiful cartoonish quality.
There's this evolution of it. Yeah.
That are the size of a human torso.
Right.
And just and I was like, you know what? It looked cartoonish and silly, but then when I got the model, I was like, wait a minute. 14-year-old Brian looking at Berserker models for the first time, and I was just like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
This is almost as awesome as that slammed Toyota mini truck across the street with Eddie from Iron Maiden on it.
That's right.
And then it worked for me. It was beautiful. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Jody.
Well, in true form, Huron's got to have 2 models. So there's the Badab Luft Huron model, the Astral Claws Chapter Master. He's in Terminator armor. He does have he has 2 exceptionally cool bits. Even then, you get a little nod to his old Chaos, his Chaos leanings. He has a Power Claw, Lightning Claw combo where the fingers are very clearly bladed.
Yeah.
And that looks really pretty savage. But the winning bit on this thing is the heavy flamer attached to his left hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's just awesome.
Yep.
Minor critique, he's kind of petite as Marines go.
Yeah.
That actual figure is as beautiful as he is. He's standing on a great big piece of slate that comes with him, and he really needs it. because if he's not on that piece,
He's a little short.
He's a rather slender Marine in Terminator armor, which isn't a thing. But it's a gorgeous, gorgeous model. It's
Pre-bionics.
Pre-bionics, yeah. They put in the lifts.
Yeah.
Not probiotics. Pre-bionics.
Dang it. All right. Let's get to the real guy, though. Huron Blackheart, the GW model, it is looking a little bit dated, I think. He's still, and maybe it was intentional, he is still kind of slender, to be honest. He's the right height, but he's kind of a slender model.
Was he powered armor in his new one, correct?
His new one's in powered armor,
Yeah.
which I don't, like, there's as much powered armor bionic as there is Marine anymore that's in there.
Sure.
But he has the claw, Tyrant's Claw?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that is what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Claw, which has still a heavy flamer built into the palm of his hand, just this savage-looking bladed claw.
Yeah.
So he gets the best of all of it in his right hand. He, in a weird way, is almost that model is the template to some degree by which all of the new Chaos stuff is built off of. It's this very dramatic, ornate armor with very sharp Chaos points all over it. Just kind of the angularity, sure,
that'll work.
Yeah, of the armor.
English
and
teacher.
The way I instantly actually thought of the Hero Quest guy, muscularity. Sorry. Anyway, but like all the sharp angles on the armor, that's actual words. And the way the ornate gilding on it, the spikes over the head.
Yeah, very true.
His face is
you can see the
fantastic.
kind of cursor to the
Right, so he'll port right over beautifully still. You get a cool little familiar, the Hamadra, that comes with him. That is kind of this mysterious little
nobody knows what it does.
That
it
comes
just follows around.
When we talk rules in a minute, I'll tell you what it does because it's awesome.
Right.
But it's a gorgeous model that holds up well.
I'm not a fan of the pose. I'm not a fan of the
it's a little confusing.
The pose with the hand.
The Spider-Man hand is a little confusing.
Right.
Yeah, I get that he's trying to like show the flamer.
Right.
But it just, I don't know, it doesn't work for me. Like sticking the arm out straight would have been, I think, a little more.
So looking at the model, and this is me, Mr. I have to kit bash
everything.
No, and he's ripe for it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that model and I'm not familiar enough with the new range, but I'm looking at that model and realizing that would not be hard to bulk up.
No.
You could make a hell of one if they don't. I mean, I don't know that they have any plans to do it anytime soon, but I mean, it's a model that holds up pretty well, but it wouldn't take much to make that look pretty fierce.
Most challenging part would be finding, for me, that would keep me from kit bashing it or would make me difficult is his head.
Yeah.
The face that they've put on this model is just fantastic.
It is really good.
And it's got the bionics and it's got the skin peeled back and it's got the whole thing. So yeah, I agree that the posing is a little, it's supposed to be striding confidently forward, but it's a little bit like he jazz hands with a big star on his fist.
Yeah.
And it's but yeah, that bit is like chop that off, get the axe, somehow get his head out of there. And then go to town on bigger, badder bits, and he'd be ready to go. But I love the model. I think even though he's starting to look a little small and a little slender.
Was that a 4th edition that he was introduced?
I'm trying to have been earlier than that.
I mean, was he in the 3.5 or was he in the version I mean, as far as when the model was released, because I know he's in the 2nd edition codex, which is different, but
in my mind, honestly, the model is relatively new. I want to say 5th or later.
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty new. I didn't do an old deep dive on who sculpted and when on this one, but it's a newer model. I mean, it's not. I mean, and you can tell again by the way the Chaos armor is plated and designed with those very kind of slender, long points. Very reminiscent in some ways of the metal Demon Prince, not the pudgy plastic, but the old slender Chaos Marine. He's got a lot of those kind of iconic looks at that time. Right. So
so let's discuss the rules around each of these characters as they're portrayed right now. Mm-hmm. So for Arcos, he's now located in Imperial Armor Index Forces of Chaos. Like it or hate it, that's where he's located. He's not the greatest in terms of rules. All things considered, he's not too bad. He has a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+, so that's pretty nice.
Sure.
Otherwise, he's pretty much, strength 4, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks. But he does have a few things that make him kind of interesting. He gets these 5 attacks, and with his Black Blade of Venom, which is -2 AP and causes 3 wounds per hit.
Oof.
So that's not too shabby. He also adds 1 to wound rolls if the target's not a vehicle. So, hence the Blade of Venom, right? Yeah. So, I mean, 3 wounds on a -2 AP is not too shabby.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that's interesting about him is he gets this rule called Arch Villain, which means he gets +1 command point when command points are used, which is pretty much all the time.
Yeah, sure.
So, and then he also gets this Infiltrator rule, which allows him during deployment to set up anywhere on the battlefield, even outside of his deployment zone, as long as he's 12 inches away from an opponent. So,
yeah.
I mean, beyond that, he's not like terribly, great. I mean, he gets to add 1 to his advance and charge rolls for friendly members of his warband, the Faithless. I mean, he's okay. He's okay. He's not the worst Chaos Lord, not the best Chaos Lord, but he's an Alpha Legion Chaos Lord, so that's kind of cool. So, anyway, that's Arcos.
And a respectable, close combat. That'll
Let me
keep
tell you, that
honest.
sword is not too shabby. I mean, if you can move
3
him
wounds.
into combat,
Good God.
anything that automatically causes 3 wounds is not too shabby.
So it's done at his basic strength, right? Like
strength 4.
But I mean, even going up against like a box dreadnought, right? Those are you're still wounding on 5s. I mean, it's not.
But again, that's a vehicle. But again, bear in mind, if he's attacking a non-vehicle, he's +1 to wound.
Right. So he's going to be a 3 against anything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just 3 damage.
Yeah.
Is all the.
It's one gets through and you're going to clench.
Yeah,
a
that's
bit.
a lot
Yeah.
of.
So not too shabby.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Brian.
Okay.
Talk about melee.
Karn is all the metal, I think is what I put in there.
Yeah.
He's got all the normal Berserker stuff, right? So he's strength 5. He gets the blood for the blood god, double fight phase deal. The one piece of war gear that I love, and just because there was a thread earlier on the thing and somebody was really upset about it, Karn's plasma pistol is permanently set on overcharge rage mode, basically.
Yeah.
And it's literally called Karn's plasma pistol, which I think is pretty funny. Yeah, it's just always set on overcharge, but it doesn't kill him if you roll the 1. So people, Mephiston, not everybody can be Karn. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know Imperial heroes die on a 1, but not him. He swings a Primarch's axe and he doesn't miss as long as there are enough friendly bodies within 1 inch. Hits on a 2-up. If you roll a 1 and there's one of your own friendly models within 1 inch, he doesn't miss. He hits them instead. So
That's an interesting point.
yeah, he doesn't miss. It's beautiful.
And corn cares not from where the blood flows.
No, he does not.
The one thing that I like is he has a little spin on the whole Chaos Lord thing, right? Where usually it's within 6 inches, you can re-roll 1s or whatever the deal is. His is Kill, Maim, Burn. You get to re-roll all misses for World Eater units, but only for units within 1 inch.
Okay.
Right? So they have to be within range, so he can't miss when he swings, right?
Right.
And the other one is he can't re-roll the 1s for himself.
Right, which would allow him to re-roll out of killing his own guys, which is kind of the point.
Korn is fine with it. He's like, no, you hit something. You don't need to swing it.
Right.
It's fine.
Right.
Just keep doing you.
Yeah.
You do you.
You do you.
So he's fun. I mean, he's just, he's a blender.
He has always actually been very fun. I used to love, again, 5th edition, so still going back, but some of the rules have not changed drastically.
Right. No.
I mean, that one still wounding his own guys, still there.
Right.
But I used to love sticking him with a group of Berserkers and then just, I'd even stick him in a Land Raider. I mean, back then, you would race the Land Raider, you had such a threat range with a Land Raider because it would move forward 12.
Yeah.
Your guys would get
Assault
out.
ramp and
then you'd have the charge distance.
Yeah.
And so, man, anything that came within that assault range, I was just like, now go and just
let him
see
loose.
what happens.
Yeah.
And there were so many times he just wailed through things.
Yeah.
He was probably one of my favorite characters ever to throw in close combat. I mean, I like using a Abaddon and Typhus as well, but they're both wielding demon weapons, and when you roll that one, it kind of sucks.
Right.
But with him, it was a lot of fun. The only exception to that is I would sometimes kit out a Khorne Chaos Lord with a demon weapon, because you'd roll 2d6 and add that number of attacks to the roll. But any ones, he'd wound himself.
Right.
And then, but when you rolled double sixes, it was magical. It was great.
Yeah. Karn does work. He's fun. Yeah. He's fun, and he's straightforward. He knows his job.
Now,
it's a very blue-collar guy.
He's not as great as he used to be. He used to be really great at like tearing open vehicles, and he still does damage to them. But before, I think it used to be when vehicles had an armor value and all that, he would attack as a monstrous creature with those things. So he would just rip through things. Yeah.
And that was the thing that I noted, was that I don't want to use him all the time in 40K, because I don't like bringing special characters. I think he's fun to play every once in a while, because he's just, the ultimate metal and have fun with it. But I'm not going to start my list with him every time, even though I'm a fan, because it just wears it out.
Yeah.
In Horus Heresy, I overused him like crazy, and it was because I didn't have a power armored Praetor painted up.
Gotcha.
And so I was using him because he unlocks Rights of War, and the World Eater Rights of War are all really sexy.
Yeah,
where it's at. It makes them fun, because I didn't have a lot of vehicles. I did like the whole Braveheart Berserker charge straight across the table thing, and it was fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in 30K, if you're using him with, if he is using Gorechild, I mean, poor Bill from Over the Hill, Bill Parker. I mean, when I was. He had to play me way too many times, and it was like I remember he had a Storm Eagle that like dropped off this giant unit, and I was like, oh, it's not flying anymore, it's hovering, cool. And Karn ran up and
charges
it, cleaved this thing in half, and I'm like, that shouldn't. 7th edition is not okay.
Well, a big double-handed axe swing will get that done on a Storm Eagle every time.
Right,
60% of the time, works every time.
Right,
Jody.
Well, actually, it's funny. With Karn, his rules, I think they've always been great and a lot of fun. And I've fought against Karn for many an edition now. Narratively, though, and I'm right there with you, I don't tend to want to field special characters because they're not mine. Karn's narrative, just because of the kill, maim, burn, all the things, like it never feels weird when he's there. Like when he's running around on the table laying waste, when it's Typhus, I'm like, is this mission this big a deal that Typhus would come down and deal with this? When it's Ahriman, I'm like, we're not anywhere near the webway, and I've got my jabroni Marines. Why are they? And you can always forge your narrative to be whatever you want. I'm not sure. If you like using these guys every time, more power to you. But for whatever reason, Karn, I always was like, it's a fight, so of course Karn can be there. Like that's all the excuse the guy needs.
He feels like to me like the streaker at a soccer game, right? Like he just like the teams are playing, and then here comes the streaker.
Yeah. It doesn't happen every time,
but when it does,
it kind of does.
It's kind of right.
Well, I mean, I jokingly call him like the mortal Khorne Yosemite Sam of 40K. Right. He just shows up and he's mad, and he's just killing everything, and then he can just blend his way right off the table.
Yeah.
So
look at him go.
Yep.
Okay, so Huron Blackheart's rules, and I just kind of went with it. How do you not use this guy when you look at his points versus power level? And I am not usually a number cruncher person.
Yeah.
I looked at his rules and I was like, man, that seems good.
Yeah.
How much is he? He costs the same as a Chaos Sorcerer, but he's better. And he has all the stats of a Chaos Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all do that. Okay. For the same price, I'll have all of their abilities plus stuff. I have to be in power armor, but boo-hoo. All right. So what's he got? He is, as I mentioned, both the Chaos Lord and Sorcerer, all rolled in one with better war gear and abilities. He has a short-range heavy flamer, so he's packing a heavy flamer himself.
Okay.
Which are, I think are good.
Packing heat.
Yeah. And because the Hamadria is a homie, the little familiar, he's like, hey, you know what you need to do? Be able to cast 2 chaos powers every phase.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll for those, buddy.
Yeah.
Are you psychic? It doesn't matter. I'm here. Be psychic.
Nice.
And he can still try and, nullify a psychic power. He's got a 4+ invulnerable save built in. And if that's not enough, if your whole army is Red Corsairs and
which
if you're fielding him, why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
He says, hey, have a command point.
Right.
In the new Chaos Codex edition that just came out, if you're Red Corsairs, you know what your gimmick is? Have some command points for being battle forged.
It's very interesting.
So, well, and narratively, I love that because the whole thing is that there are these, unrelenting, unmanageable pirates.
Yeah.
They're always one step ahead. They've always got the right trick. They've always got the right angle. Huron's this master tactician. So how do they represent that? Well, you get to play with normal rules for your chaos stuff.
Yeah.
But when it comes to stratagems, here you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he's just for the monies.
Yeah.
He is tough
Interesting
to beat for.
I don't think I've ever looked at him that closely.
But all your eggs are rolled into one basket.
Yeah.
You can just take a chaos sorcerer with him because he's got a whole legion of dudes to take.
Right.
So you can just double down at a discount.
Yeah.
He's super effective.
And that extra command point, I mean, you don't even have to think of it just as, tactics and planning. I mean, it's also, they're all about resources.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they have more resources than other legions do.
Yeah.
So it's,
And Chaos seems to be pretty cool with being like, hey, we've got this guy who's like a Swiss Army knife. Let's please send him around.
Please tell me your chaos stuff you're painting is Red Corsairs.
Yeah, that's happening.
And you're going to convert up one of these guys, right?
It's going to be I'm just doing a kill team. He wouldn't be there for a kill team, and I'm only doing a kill team. Does that sound convincing yet?
Sure.
No.
Yeah. Let's see how that kill team works out.
Yeah, well, let's get it. I'm just starting with a kill team.
Especially when they add elites.
I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
First one's free.
Let's move on real quick to the supplements that each of our heroes are represented in. For mine, I've already talked about it. Imperial Armor Index Forces of Chaos is where you can find the rules for them now that are current. But Imperial Armor, the Siege of Vrax is really where he shows up and kind of the only place he shows up. So that book no longer available, but if you can find it, get it.
Yeah.
I would say that for most of the Imperial Armor books, even though rules are outdated, there's still campaign rules. There's missions that you can easily, convert over, but
the narratives are
just where it's at. So if you can get your hands on them, get them. Brian, how about you?
So Karn, of course, being one of the poster boys for Chaos, is in if there's a Chaos Codex for Chaos Space Marines, he's in it.
Totally legit.
The only weird one that he wasn't featured in the last edition was Khorne Demonkin.
Oh, really?
He was weirdly absent from that. He couldn't be taken in one of those armies.
Interesting.
I mean, he's the most cornate thing you can possibly think of, right? As far as Immortal goes.
For sure.
But
I wonder why they kept him out of it.
I don't know.
Huh.
I wonder if it's the demonic piece that he's Legion, he is not demon.
That could be.
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like Karn likes to party.
I don't think he cares a whole lot anymore.
Get involved anyway. Yeah. Jody?
Huron, weird enough, I was surprised that when I started doing my research, it said 2nd edition codex. I'm like, that can't be right. Brian, you still got one. Let me look.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Actually, and like I mentioned, his quote about the big guns is in the compendium. So dude's been around for a bit.
Yeah.
But really where he comes into his own, as far as his narrative, is the Imperial Armors 9 and 10, the Badab War series.
Yeah, super great.
That's everything you're ever going to want to know is about his background. Now, his future is evolving very quickly, especially with Vigilus and the Gathering Storm and all of those. He's been a busy boy in the new narrative. So, but every chaos or every codex from 2nd to now, he's been in there doing his thing.
All right, and Black Library examples of this hero. For me, there's none. He's not mentioned in any of them so far. I don't even think he's been mentioned in any of the Horus Heresy novels so far. So none there. Brian?
Karn, I just put there's too many. I mean, there really are too many. And they fall in the two categories I was talking about before. There's the post-Scalathrax Chain Axe Porn Karn, so like the Chosen of Khorne audio drama, Shroud of Night, Wrath of Karn. The Red Path was one of the ones that came out recently. And man, I really tried. I tried on that one. But then, there was an interesting angle they had where he's like, he has a vision from Khorne while he's fighting and he tries to recreate it. So he in between battles is trying to recreate heat stroke because he's down on this desert planet when it happens because he's trying to have this vision. And then at the end, Abaddon and a Bloodthirster are fighting over who has a bigger plan for him. And I was like, no.
Wasn't sure where you were going.
No. But the pre-heresy stuff and just after Siege of Terra stuff is where the really good stuff is.
And it's interesting, as you were talking about this earlier, I made a note here about kind of retroactively changing things or what's the term?
Retcon.
Information. A lot of people look at that retcon title and think of it in a negative way, but in many ways, I think it's very smart. We've seen things in Karn's case. I don't know if there's been a tremendous amount of retconning, but there has been a filling out. And for an author, it must be very interesting to take a character that, as you said earlier, Jess kind of just says, oh, add it on the despoiler.
Right.
Well, what is that? I'm going to fill out that and create a story around it.
Yeah.
And then to see that story evolve over time, and maybe things change here or there, and they get away with it by saying, well, it's from a different perspective or what have you. But I think retcon often gets a negative connotation to it.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, like the retconning of Abaddon and the 13 Crusades that he took, I think is brilliant. Well, each one was a step in a different direction.
Sure.
Not every one was, I'm going to get to Terra on this crusade. No, they were all steps in a grand plan. Makes a whole lot more sense than the guy failing 13 times, right?
Yeah.
And makes, I think, it a much more intriguing story. Well, what was he after those times? So I mean, I actually think it's pretty cool to watch those characters evolve, and when you get the depth of like Aaron writing about Karn and his perspective on it, it fills it out in ways I'd never considered. Yeah,
I mean, Aaron Dembski-Bowden was responsible for me probably losing a kidney painting a heresy army, because, like I said, I read Betrayer on vacation on a fluke, and
that was all she wrote.
All of a sudden, I was like, wait, I get World Eaters now. I get Karn now. He isn't just, Yosemite Sam with an axe. This guy has a very compelling story behind him.
I think one of the other interesting things about all these characters, especially through the heresy, whether it's Karn, whether it's maybe not Abaddon so much, but whether it's Karn, whether it's Ahriman, whether it's the Alpha Legion, a lot of them, you look at them and you go, wow, that's a really tragic fall. Like, it's so interesting. Like Abaddon, I'm kind of like, yeah, he fell. He kind of he was like, yeah, let's do this thing. You know, whereas the rest of them are like, well, I don't know about this, boss.
Yeah,
right. So. And I think in terms of that retcon piece, I think GW has been really smart about not retconning for the sake of rewriting a story.
Yeah.
But exactly as you've been saying, enhancing that we gain so much more depth. And, for me who likes my lore in sentences and paragraphs rather than novels, when I do get to go back and fill in those gaps, I'm always so pleased. And it's something actually GW as the studio team talks about a lot, of handling that with such care and respect. It's not ham-fisted like, a Karn model. It's done with a
certainly as Black Library has evolved and as their stable of authors have grown and become more respected, New York Times bestsellers in a lot of cases. They take it way serious, right?
And look at the rewards. I mean, I point actually as a teaching tool, I use Heath Ledger's Joker character constantly of like, why does this work? What makes this work? And it's exactly what you're talking about, Brian, is that no, the guy's believable. Like, I get why he did this. And it's almost always with chaos. What makes for a great villain is a sad empathy for the bully. You feel bad for this jerk. But
now you hate him.
But you also hate him. And it makes for just great stuff.
Jody.
Huron shows up. He's got no shortage of words for him out there as well. Fun little side note, there's a lot of really cool little short stories about him. Mm-hmm. The Hollow Worlds, Into the Maelstrom is one of the very earliest collections. The book was called Into the Maelstrom, but it was a collection of chaos-based short stories. And the titular short story, Into the Maelstrom, features literally Huron on this particular mission and doing very Huron kind of things. Cool. A lot of great short stories. What I'm actually the one I'm most excited about is I have yet to read an Aaron Dembski-Bowden
you should
novel.
And everybody tells me.
The second book in the Night Lords trilogy, Blood Reavers, features the
Huron heavily, by the way, I would add.
And I've read some synopsis.
Yeah.
Like usually if I read a synopsis of something, I'm like, I'm not going to read it now. And I read the synopsis and was like, oh my God, I have to read this.
It's pretty awesome.
I can't wait to get my hands on this. So
I remember when Jeff and I were covering this series initially because I think in the first one, like he meets Abaddon at one point, like Talos like has an interaction with Abaddon, and there's like this discussion. And then the second one, like he meets Huron, and I remember us making the comment of boy, I hope he's not doing like the tour of the stars and like meeting like next it's gonna be Ahriman, and I remember Aaron actually responding. This is before we really knew him, and he responds, he's like, "That's not gonna happen." Like this.
Well, but doesn't it in the third one?
No.
Well, I mean, he doesn't go Chaos All Stars, but he does go a certain
Eldar also
pointy-eared all-star.
Well, one of them, but that's like,
which is actually the reason why I started reading that trilogy.
I
was getting ready to paint a Jane Zar model, and I was like, oh man, wait, she was featured in that book.
Jody, you're gonna really like that series. It's a good one.
Looking forward to diving in. I think that'll be my my guilty pleasure reading.
You're the one you mentioned here is the Gildar Rift.
The Gildar Rift and the Tyrant of the Hollow Worlds are two newer stories.
I think Gildar Rift is one of the Space Marine battle novels,
right? Which
they're hit or miss.
Yeah, I think generally those aren't ones I'm going to be too excited to dive into, just because I think
unless you're talking about not Black. What's the other Aaron Dembski battle one that he wrote? In there, what deals
Space
with
Marine battle book.
Yeah, and it's the Black Templars and
Hell's Reach.
Hell's Reach. Thank you. I kept wanting to say Black Reach. No, Hell's Reach. That's a great novel. Actually, there are several of those that are quite good.
Yeah.
And some that are not so good.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, and then favorite story about this hero. We kind of touched on these at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Unless you want to add anything. For me, it was the whole manipulation thing in Siege of Rax, which is really the only place you have a story about him.
Yeah.
Brian, for you?
Well, the one from Betrayer, the scene where they are attacking the Ultramarines.
Yeah.
And Karn, and this is just his whole thing, right? He's able to keep his calm, and he sees that all these undisciplined, knuckleheads around him, that the Ultramarines goad them into charging by starting the artillery barrage behind them.
Right, that's right.
To get them to go, and he's sitting there going, oh, you damn idiots, like it's going to happen again, and you see him even having him being jealous, looking at the Ultramarine commanders and how they fight, in this formation, and you see that whole...
They have like a shield wall and stuff, right?
You see that hint where now he's believable, because Khorne isn't just killing all the things, there's that martial pride and all those sorts of things, but just the moment where he loses it, they hit the shield wall, and the way that he writes the nails, I mean, just like I've mentioned this before, like with my ADHD, like when I'm in a staff meeting, it physically hurts, because I have to hold myself down, and I just feel this thing that just is driving me to do. But
you're kind of a scary guy.
I
am. Being a staff meeting, it's
so just a normal thing for teachers.
Michelle experiences it as well.
But just the scene where when they hit, and there's all these casualties, and just the moment where he ends the chapter, where the nails kick in, and it's just, he's just screaming.
Yeah.
But right before that happens, he ends the chapter with, the Ultramarines do their thing, and then he just ends it with our turn.
That's right.
And then it just goes into Karn being Karn, and you're like, okay, this is where he's going to go eventually. But that was
nice.
Yes.
Jody.
I'm going to cheat mine slightly.
Okay.
So in the Gathering Storm Part 3, there's a section where Gilman is going back to Terra. He's trying to make his way back to Terra to meet with the Emperor. Magnus the Red, Kairos Feetweaver, they wrangle a large contingent of Red Corsairs. And the reason they gather up these Red Corsairs is because they want them to ambush the Primarch and capture him. And the Red Corsairs freaking pull it off. So you got Gilman, who is the end-all, be-all strategist.
Sure.
And the description of it's fabulous, because at one point they're like, I did this, and I did this, and I did this. And then he does like you said a while ago, Gilman has this moment where he runs the math and goes, oh crap. And the Red Corsairs just take their ships aggressively.
Yeah.
And he realizes, like, I did not account for that. That was incredible.
Yeah.
And they actually capture him, and then they take Gilman back to a Blackstone fortress of all things, which was, I loved that this showed up, that they were like, hey, remember these from the Gothic War? There's like, they're mysterious. Yeah, Abaddon's got one. Well, he had one. He gave it to Huron, and now it's one of their bases. which to me, the reason I love this
That's
story
an
is the
insane
like
gift, by the way.
That like it's
pretty good. It's pretty good.
Like we took Huron as like this cool renegade guy to like.
By the way, that's made of the same material that were the pylons on Cadia,
Right.
the black stone.
Yeah.
Like it's the exact same material, so it's very like it's all alien technology. It's super cool.
So this for me, that's this huge. Pardon the pun, but I'm kind of proud of this one. It's a huge shot in the arm. Think about his weaponry. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, but it's this huge shot in the
proud
arm.
of that.
To the,
That's what I'm mostly sorry about.
I stroked out a little bit there. Sorry for the delayed response.
No, you're not. But it's this great boon to like, let's elevate Huron even further. That Abaddon individually
that
is going,
ramps them up.
Hey, here's something on your level, and I need your help. And we're gonna Magnus himself and Kairos, the biggest, baddest of the Tzeentchian demons. They call on Huron's boys to get things done.
Yeah. Right.
That it's not let's call in some Thousand Sons, let's call in this or that or Rubric Marines. It's no, we need the right guys for this job, and they're the right guys. So I love that, and I'm gonna come back and revisit this story in a little bit.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Excellent. Oh, that's why I like to hear a little foreshadowing. Okay. Well, let's do this. We're going to take a break. We'll come back and we're going to talk about our next 3 champions of chaos. All right, we're back, and we're continuing to talk about the powers of chaos this episode. So here's our next round of characters. I'll start again. And for this round, I have chosen somebody with a little more depth than Arcos the Faithless. This time I've chosen Zardu Lyak, the Crimson Apostle. And his name comes from the Book of Lorgar, known as the Eater of Wisdom, is actually what his name is. He doesn't remember his original name. We'll go into that a little bit. Jason Mullins and I always used to joke because he has 2 guys that are like defenders of him called the Blade Slaves. And they're basically Galvor Bach on roids. And so we'd always say Zardu Lyak and the Blade Slave sounds like a punk band.
It does. It does.
It absolutely does.
Who did you pick, Brian?
I was really disappointed by the lack of Chaos Space Marine Dreadnought characters. I kept thinking, I must have just missed one, because with Imperial ones, there are a few named characters that are Dreadnoughts. And I was like, there's got to be. There isn't.
I think there's a Word Bearer one. But I'm not sure if that's
just a
name
category
of the guy or if that's a category.
Yeah,
okay.
and I was hoping. I was really hoping, and I was like, no, it isn't.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I went with another. I put non-hipster alert.
Yeah.
I went with Be'lakor.
Hey, I think that's an awesome choice, actually.
Yeah,
I agree.
and I did it. I'll get into it a little bit later, but it was a conversation with Jody that made me look at it, and I was like, okay, let's do
So a
that.
greater demon.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Demon Prince.
Demon Prince.
Demon Prince. Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of greater demons,
Yeah.
I'm going with Scarbrand, the exiled one.
All right.
The cast out bloodthirster of Khorne.
Right on. So if you're going to go bloodthirsters, go
We
all
got to
the
get
way.
at least one demon in
Yes.
here.
Okay, so who is this hero and what organization do they belong to? We're going to talk a little bit about the background in this section. So Zardu Lyak is part of the Word Bearers during the Horus Heresy. Pretty much during the Horus Heresy. He is... So following the Legion's humiliation at the hands of the Emperor, so basically when the Emperor kind of comes down and says, hey, don't worship me, and they destroy Monarchia and all that, Lyak embraces the teachings of Lorgar as his Primarch, as well as those of Erebus and Corferin. And now Erebus is really kind of the mustache twirling villain that really gets the things going for the heresy. However, even those teachings don't really fill the void within him, how distraught he is. And he begins to have visions of the Primarch speaking directly to him, telling him rather than burn books, you should be learning from them and coveting them. And so eventually you'll discover the truth that the Emperor had kept from all of us. And so he kind of hides these visions from his comrades. But eventually, he takes on this new name from the Book of Lorgar, as I mentioned earlier, and he's he was reborn as one of the Galvor back himself. So he is a demon himself as well, which I'll talk about that in his rules a little bit because that gives him some advantages.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And he became the first chaplain of the chapter of the Ochre Gate, which after he corrupted the members of this faction of the Word Bearers, they became known as the Unspeaking. And so after his kind of rebirth, which is after he embraces chaos and becomes part demon, he dons this demonic helm, which is chained directly to the flesh of his face. Like the helm itself is depicted in some of these stories as alive in some ways.
Right.
And and he pledges to never let anyone but the chaos gods themselves see his face from that point forward. And he goes on to participate at the Battle of Calth, where he replaces the roles of Erebus and Argyltal as Lorgar's closest confidant in the later stages of the heresy. The Unspeaking was a chapter of Word Bearers during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, and they are known for some of the worst civilian massacres in Ultramar during the Battle of Calth and all that. So the chapter is ultimately destroyed by the Ultramarines during the Battle of Calth, and they kind of fight to mutual annihilation in that battle. But Zardu Layak goes on beyond that and actually ends up taking part in the Siege of Terra as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that. He's incredibly important. He grows to be incredibly important as well. So especially if you have read the last John French book in the Horus Heresy series, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. I'll come back to it. Anyway, he's a great character.
The whole story with the mask thing
is crazy.
It's just because I looked at the model before, when I'm a Heresy player, and I just hadn't looked that much into his background, and then just reading your notes, I was like, my God, this guy's kind of rad, and looked at it, and then you look at the kit. We'll get into the kit later.
But we'll talk about it.
That's
one of my favorite characters.
Absolutely.
Use them all the time, but I'll talk about some of the deficiencies there as well. Brian, you're up.
Okay, so going with my Captain Obvious choice number 2, Bellicor.
I don't think this is an obvious choice.
I think he's fallen out of favor of the fans, and
I've always loved the model for him.
That was a really good pun. I wish I would have called that one out.
Okay.
Bellicor is also known as the First Damned, and so Bellicor has this great backstory where he is one of the earliest demon princes. We have references to him that are scratched into cave walls and systems all over the place. He's this very shadowy figure. And early on, you have the 4 main chaos powers all sort of competing for his attention.
Yeah.
But in turn, too, eventually they figure out that he's really gaming the entire system,
right?
Yeah. But he's this really just kind of enigmatic, shadowy character that some of the best parts of his story really are him sort of appearing as and tricking this Adeptus Mechanicus character into going and retrieving all these different artifacts for him. And, he sends this character off to basically the guy thinks he's retrieving artifacts from some sort of alien intelligence thing, but to bring these things back. And he's sort of like helping him to erase his presence in different worlds, and also retrieving artifacts for him that he's forgotten about, because his schemes have just spanned for millennia. That he's forgotten about. He's so shadowy that he's forgotten about his own game. So he's
you
really
played yourself.
Yeah.
He's in the fantasy version of the game as well, isn't he?
Yep. He is.
Yeah.
And you have that with the demon characters.
Yep.
Right. And so he's a really interesting one. When I'll get into more why I picked him.
Yeah.
But it was kind of one of those I'd really connected with him, or in reading about him, really because of Jody, when we were having the conversation of, I was struggling to come up with the second pick, and I was just like, God, I really want to do a demon. I never really relate to them. And this guy's backstory is just really, I love all the scheming to it.
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
just, and it really plays into that whole bit with chaos being, I mean, this guy is, I mean, I don't want to use bad slang, but this guy's really deep in the chaos hustle.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so just the interplay of gods and how he fits into that thing.
Well, and that's the inherent problem, right? Is that the chaos gods all were like, hey, we got this guy and we all like him, right? Yeah, everybody's
Right.
on board. Cool.
Right.
Well, let's all power up this demon prince. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh God, what did we do? And even the gods were like, oh, that was a bad choice.
Right.
They played themselves. And then they're like, okay, we got to pull the plug on him. Yeah, it doesn't work that way, guys.
Yeah.
Like he's
Yeah.
already a demon and he's got you all.
That's
and once they
interesting.
realize he's playing him, it's like,
Yeah.
it's too late now.
Well, and even in his scheming,
It's so interesting because it's so opposite of Karn. For you,
absolutely.
right?
Well, I can't.
Too
I'm
extreme.
two-dimensional.
Are you?
I had to pick something. But even with all the scheming, I mean, it's in the gods sort of piling the favor on. I mean, the mortal version of that, you think of Abaddon, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So he even plays into Abaddon's story where it really plays into that whole thing where they're allies of convenience.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
any of these factions will sort of, play, but it's always on the brink of collapsing and falling apart.
Sure.
And so is he actually advancing Abaddon's thing? I mean, of course he's advancing his own thing. They're using each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I picked him. That's his backstory.
Okay.
Joe went with, Scarbrand, exiled bloodthirster of Khorne, who does double dip between fantasy and 40K. His story is again a lot like Karn's. There are some very stark similarities here.
Yeah.
On some notes, I should say there's some notes of similarity here. So Scarbrand's basically was as Khorne in his earliest incarnations was raising up these various bloodthirsters to be the kings and the generals of his demon legions.
Yep.
Scarbrand made a name for himself amongst those bloodthirsters as the most dedicated, the most bloodthirsty, and the most successful. He led legions of demons like none other. He would carve and lay waste to entire systems. And he would seek out other beings to fight against, just for the sake of proving that he could best them in Khorne's name.
Yeah.
He has these two axes that are literally, he fought two other bloodthirsters that were supposed to be the best, slaughtered them, took their heads, bound them into one axe for each hand, slaughter and
my
carnage,
gosh.
and then continued to fight on to Khorne's glory. Well,
Is that metal enough for you, Brian?
yeah,
I think so.
he still has chains around his
I was
wrist.
hearing like Eminem or just blasting in my head in the back. And it's just something about, yeah.
Well, in being this excellent, he also Tzeentch notices that he's really proud of his ability to lay waste.
Right.
And Tzeentch gives him a little quiet nudge of, "You are incredible. You are amazing. Khorne doesn't really appreciate you." And in his angered rage, Scarbrand hatches a plan, and he figures out, I am this good, and I can fell Khorne. And he comes up with a plan, and to Scarbrand's credit, he sneaks up. He lets loose with, it says, a blow that would have shattered planets and evaporated any other demon in history. It puts a tiny little nick
Right.
in the neck of Khorne's armor, to which Khorne turns at him and makes an example of him. He grabs him one of his massive hands. He crushes him into a burning ball of rage. He takes
Yes.
all of the rage and disappointment that Scarbrand felt in that moment and imbues it into his body, which is shattered, rears back, and launches him across the cosmos as a firing comet of rage, where he impacts on a planet and detonates that. Hey, if you're gonna go big,
It's
go
too
big.
much.
It's so great.
We're
This
gonna
is
come
like-
back to how much too much it is.
This is
actually.
like Michael Bay on the
Yeah.
7th week of a cocaine bender or something. This
Yeah.
is just too much.
He's like, and then slow mo the impact, right? And there's this
Oh my
Eldar
God.
girl there. And, stop it. So Scarbrand's wings have burned away. His face
Yes.
is burned up.
Yes.
And he is now a pure embodiment of rage and fury of Khorne. And he has been exiled from Khorne's favor. Khorne isn't really the forgiving type. So that little teeny nick in the armor will forever be a reminder that you have no place here. And he is just this force that is unleashed. It is point and go from here on out for Scarbrand. But it is this point of pride that I really, really like about, I like about that fall. So we'll get into that.
That's amazing.
I love the bit with Tzeentch whispering in his ear.
Yeah.
I'm like, he kind of like Yoko Ono's him, like, no, man, you should go solo. You got this. Go for it, buddy.
Yeah, you really are the creative force behind.
You could sit on that throne. It'll be fine. Yeah. Look how many skulls you've claimed. When was the last time you saw Khorne claim a skull?
That's right.
Oh man. Okay, so let's talk about why we've each chosen the hero, what appeals to us about them. For me, Zardulayak is like this super evil and mysterious character. His lore gets expanded, and this was the book I was trying to think of in Slaves to Darkness by John French, which, Brian, have you read that one yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay. You're going to like the end of that one. Anyway, and warning, I'm going to give some spoilers here in that book. So, Brian, you could earmuffs.
I have internet access and ADHD. I probably have looked it up already.
So I like the fact that the mask is like this living entity that's really attached to his face, and he cannot allow others to see his face. I think it's a cool feature to the character. I also like the two blade slaves that I talked about. Like I've said this before on the show. Like I like units that have then like bodyguard units. Like it makes them feel like more important because they're they require somebody even tough around them to protect them. When I worked in protective services detail, like we used to often joke that what's cool is going to a party where there's a metal detector at the door to get into the party. What's even cooler is when you don't have to pass through the metal detector to go into the party because it's going to go off. That's why I like bodyguards. They're like awesome. So anyway, so the other thing I like about him is that he has, first off, the blade slaves are cool in themselves. They carry these, they're Galvor Bach, but they carry these alien weapons that they found, like this alien corpse, this huge giant alien corpse with the weapons like impaled through the chest of the corpse, and that now these things are armed with these dangerous alien technology. But I also like that he carries this thing called the Azurda Charis, which is a force staff that's an artifact that he came through some unknown means. Like no one knows where he got it, but it just shows up with him. It's he's not a member of the Librarius, yet he has a force staff. So it's kind of an interesting piece there. He himself, as we talked about earlier, is Galvor Bach, so he has a demon keyword, which comes with some benefits and drawbacks. The thing I like about the word bearers in general, he kind of embodies like their evilness, their to use the word, their heretical approach. Like I like the fact that they're subversive in everything that's supposed to be holy. They are the antithesis of that. And through his like atrocities and everything that he's caused, like he really does embody that piece of it. So the other thing that's interesting about him, and you learn this in Slaves to Darkness, so again, spoilers coming up here. He feels that Lorgar has kind of submitted to the will of the Chaos Gods, where he doesn't really think like, he doesn't feel like he should be subservient to these Chaos Gods, but use them effectively. So there's a very interesting piece in Slaves to Darkness where really the book revolves around just before they're going to go assault Terra. And so Horace is like, hey, I'm rallying all the troops now. Like all you wayward guys, like Angron and Fulgrim. Yeah, time to come on. We're gonna go party, right? And so he sends out his messengers or what have you to go and retrieve these things, these entities. And Lorgar goes to get Fulgrim and bring Fulgrim back into the fold. And Fulgrim's like full on weirded out at this point. And so I'll talk a little bit about that story because it's very interesting later on. But ultimately, one of the things I really dig about this is Lyak betrays Lorgar at the end of this thing, and it's seen as a shock by Lorgar that he's betrayed by him. But when you see it from Zardu's perspective, you're like, of course you betrayed him.
Right.
Like, why wouldn't you? Right. He's a letdown. Lorgar's a letdown ultimately. So this is why I like this character. Not to mention the model, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, that's an iconic kind of classic storytelling hook, that notion of, are you subservient to the higher power? Or are you using the higher power?
Right.
And here, this embodiment of these two characters at odds over that very notion. That's biblical.
Yeah. There's a lot of twists and turns to it that I really, really like. So anyway, Brian.
So Be'lakor I liked him because I've never connected at all the demon characters.
Okay.
I mean, it's something I've actually had, since they were introduced in 40K, late third?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're relatively.
It was like 2000, 2001, something like that. Mm-hmm. I remember when they first came in, I really struggled with the idea of an army, and then they had special characters, and I've always liked demons as just being this faceless demonic horde that shows up and cuts things up and does its bit and goes away. So having personalities within that is just something I've never really gotten into.
That's interesting because from my perspective, it's one of the things I really like about the demons versus the Tyranids. Like when I look at those two armies, I built and painted a Tyranid army. One of the things I don't like about playing it is it's just a faceless kind of horde thing. I mean, you have some like old One Eye, but really it's just a Carnifex.
It's always part of the bigger whole.
Yeah, and with the demons, I always like. I think it's one of the things I like about all my armies that like. If my sorcerer gets killed, I'm like, oh no, my sorcerer got killed.
See, I'm the opposite. Is that to me, the terrifying demonic horde thing loses its otherness when you start having personalities and motivations.
Do you feel the same way about Necrons? Because Necrons kind of took on a person. They went from these quiet.
Automatons.
To now they have like the Egyptian kind of themes and characters.
Right.
And dynasties.
Yeah.
When you start getting into it, I like that faceless horror.
I gotcha.
Element. And with demons, I just never really, when I would read stories, like you read The Mask and you're like, okay, she's dancing. All right. The changeling, you can't remember what his face, it just, I never really got caught up. Did it, but after having the conversation with Jody, I was like, God, I really feel like I want to get a demon character and really explore that part of it.
Okay.
In looking at Be'lakor, I just love that he is just so deep in the hustle.
Yeah.
That it really is just that. I love that he is just, not only is he craving of power, but he's so supremely jealous of anybody else who's going to get attention from it. So even just, when we get into the black, or favorite stories about them, the one where he tries to show up, Baden's going to is doing his thing. And he's like, well, no, I'm going to show it up by doing this, by
this other thing,
appearing in the phalanx, and doing this whole thing is just that. This guy is just so wrapped up in this whole power struggle thing. And to me, it's just, it actually
sounds like a podcaster.
Kind of does. You're right. So, man, I forgot I was going to go. Like, damn, you were so right.
Sorry. Being jealous of Abaddon.
Right.
Wrapped up in the game.
Deep in the hustle.
Yeah.
Deep in the hustle.
Okay. All right. Jody.
So, and this is, and I like that actually all three of these characters now are going to touch on a similar thing that for me is the most interesting thing as an adult fan of 40K to talk about. So with Scarbrand, he is all of the skull, blood, skull, bro, skull, blood, god, skull, bro, all the time.
Yeah.
There is no off switch. There is no other mode. There is rage, fury, destruction, and skulls for the skull throne. And it's not even skulls for the skull throne. It is just slaughter and destruction.
Yeah.
All the time. But what I like about him is the story starts with this intense need to prove himself.
Yeah.
And so often when Khorne is talked about as an entity, it's looked at as blood, skull, blood, blow, bro, scud,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And there's so much more to Khorne than that.
Yeah.
And it's this deep desire for martial perfection, this desire for achievement, this desire for being the best demon. And that's even this weird twisted idea of, well, what is a demon? It's an extension of the wills of men and an extension, or the races, not just men, but an extension of the will of the beings.
Yeah.
And the god making them manifest.
Yeah. Right.
So Khorne exists because humans and elves are evil and angry.
Yeah.
You know,
but
that
also
rage,
their
and
ambition.
that ambition, and that pride for perfection, and that desire to seek revenge. All of those things make Khorne exist.
Yeah.
Khorne takes that huge pool of anger and martial perfection and desire for excellence, and then he uses that to form into these demon entities.
Right.
So these desires, these wants for success have created this being that then took that desire for success and used it to turn on his own creator. And that desire to turn on his own creator and fight him has, like, it embodies that there's so much more there than just being angry, even though that's all that we're left with is this raging, angry Hulk of a being.
Yeah.
So what I'm really interested in is this notion of that for each of these three characters, there's a psychology behind the character. There is this notion of that it's not just that he's just evil. It's, with your character, sorry, Carl. Zardu, it's like I said, almost this biblical thing of use the power or be a servant to the power.
Right.
That with Be'lakor, it's this: am I the power myself? Am I serving the power, or am I manipulating the power? And with Skarbrand, it's this notion of, well, is he just this rage entity, or is he some other new embodiment of Khorne's aspect?
Yeah.
And he certainly comes from that. And it's, for me as an adult fan, it's these kind of nuanced philosophical debates of like, what makes this guy tick? What is this god really about? Because, Khorne really tries, but rage alone can't sustain you. Eventually, even the Hulk has to calm down, right? Like, so there's something else. And it's this ambition and this desire. And I like, even though Skarbrand is now the one note of one notes, right? I love that even he, as the most literal embodiment of the rage of Khorne, even he is tied into this. No, but there's a lot more there.
Yeah.
And what's really going on. And I think, Brian, to touch on your earlier point about, isn't that what makes a great villain?
Yeah.
It's not this one-dimensional thing.
Sure.
So even this character that's designed intentionally to be one-dimensional isn't.
Well, I mean, they talk about the movie Die Hard, and they talk about why it's such a good movie, and it's because when you look at Hans Gruber, the villain, like, you understand his motivations. Right. He's a three-dimensional character. He's not just like, oh, I'm doing this. He's posing as this terrorist, and then she's at some point, McClane's wife is like, oh, you're nothing but a thief. And he's like, I'm an exceptional thief. Right. I have motivations and things around me, but ultimately the reason that story is so interesting is not, if you think about it, actually, like, John McClane's kind of a boring character in many ways. The villain's really the interesting story in that whole movie. And so I think a strong villain and a three-dimensional villain makes a much more interesting story regardless of where you look at it.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about the models for these characters. And I'm telling you, Zardu Layak is one of, like, I don't even know where to start.
Yes.
Like, this guy is so great. The minute I saw this model for sale, I was like, I don't know anything about that guy. I need that guy.
I will take it.
His helm with the 6 eyes on the helm is just so well done. His pose is one that just resonates power and authority. I think this guy makes not only an excellent model for a 30K Zardu Layak, but in 40K, you were saying, Brian, he could be a...
well, you could do a Master of Possession.
A Master
or a Dark Apostle.
Right.
Even. I mean,
he could even
right in.
He could even play a sorcerer, to be honest with you. So, I mean, just such an incredibly great and detailed model. I absolutely love every aspect of it. It's probably one of my favorite 30K model. Certainly for the word bearers, I think it's one of my favorite models.
Yeah.
Brian.
So Bellacor's model, I was trying to think of how old it is.
It's old, but it's still great.
It's old, but it holds up. I mean, he's just a generic demon prince.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, it's an older model, but it does hold up.
He's a little smaller.
Yeah.
He's a little smaller.
But it's almost like intentionally. Because, I mean, his whole point is he's manipulative and kind of behind the scenes. And, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I always acquaint him with is the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon.
Yeah.
He was like Venger's shadow demon, right? Like he's slipping into things and spying on things and reporting in, but he's got his own kind of thing going on too.
Yeah. But he didn't skip leg day.
No, he did not.
Or
skip
any
leg.
days at the gym.
No.
The guy's ripped. Great wings.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. The wings on Be'lakor have been stolen and reprocessed by many people, and with good. I mean, there's the chains
with skulls and
skulls. Just a great time. Yeah, it's a shame he's again a little petite.
Interestingly enough, Creature Caster has a very interesting not Be'lakor model,
right?
Yeah,
which I have and am going to be using. Yeah, he's pretty awesome.
He's got a cool sword because Be'lakor has a real cool sword
for sure.
Does he have the orb in his other hand?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I was like, man, that would be a really not Be'lakor model at that point. But I mean, it's a great figure.
Yeah.
Scarbrand, his model, he got a new model. He got his first ever model when the new plastic Bloodthirster kits came around.
Variation on that kit, right?
It's a variation. It is its own kit.
Oh, really? It doesn't like come...
Some of the parts are the same, and there's some additional parts that make Scarbrand. Namely, the torched out wings, which look fantastic.
Yeah.
The tattered wings, I think, are my favorite part.
That's interesting. I always thought it was just part of the kit, and you just either built them... Like the Lord of Change kit is Lord of Change or Karos, right?
Right. No, there's an actual extra set.
But it's also a more expensive kit. Which is a little bit weird because I mean the Bloodthirster is what $115, and I want to say that Scarbrand is like $130.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I really just like kind of cut to brass tacks, that one?
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Sorry, I'm on a
You're
roll.
just not. No, you're not.
Oh, I am.
Lars would be proud.
Thanks.
I feel like he's here with us, right?
That's right. It's about that
it's
quality.
Just you. Yeah.
It's just me and him. I don't really care for this model.
Okay.
The wings are great. The axe heads, Slaughter and Carnage, look fantastic. Okay.
That's where it stops
and
for
I'm
you.
done. The armor, he's wearing a whole lot of armor.
Okay.
And it doesn't, to me, that aspect of him doesn't really make sense. If this guy got all burned out and thrashed and tattered and exploded, shouldn't his armor have two? Like, why just his wings, which aren't actual material?
That's true.
Because he's a chaos being. Okay.
Arguably,
that's
the
how it
armor
works.
is not actual material either, so...
Right. But his face is?
I don't know.
Because his face is still torn in half?
Okay.
Forever? Okay. But he's got a sweet goatee that goes almost all the way to the ground.
Well,
As you do.
As one does, because we all know how hairy bloodthirsters are.
Sure.
Like, there's a lot of stuff going on here.
He could definitely play. He definitely could play lead guitar and Slayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably rhythm guitar. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he does have some sweet cornate earrings to go with it.
All right.
He, I've seen some conversions recently where people either put a mask or re-sculpt his face or blend his horn crest with one of the other Bloodthirster's heads. He is on the ground. I know a lot of people don't care for the jumping, frolicking Bloodthirster poses. I love them. I think they look super dynamic on their flaming pirouettes. I know some people don't. If you don't, hey, this dude's got his feet on the ground and he's just stomping along because no wings anymore.
Well, the Bloodthirsters look like the end of like a Mentos commercial, you know, where they do the little like frozen hop in the air. I mean, whenever
don't.
Okay,
They do.
in my head they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I'm never going to unsee that now.
welcome.
Every time I get out my Bloodthirster and be like, dun,
Do,
dun,
do, 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 ah.
The Bloodmaker.
the blood enabler. Yeah, so, I mean, there's nothing objectively wrong with like, this is poorly sculpted or this looks doofy. Like the plastic Demon Prince kit, like objectively there's issues there. Like dude's real pudgy.
I think it's okay. I don't know. I don't have the problems with it other people
Maybe
have.
a comparison to like when you look at the metal one or the the Nurgle one of how good those Demon Prince kits look, or Be'lakor, and then you're like, this guy's awful smooth. Objectively, Scarbrand's well sculpted. Like the details are crisp and clean. It all makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just some kind of decisions for me about like him being, again, half his face being peeled off and one of his teeth is chipped, and presumably where he landed on his face when Korn hucked him.
It broke his fall, which was good.
He landed on something soft, his face.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a miss.
If my only beef with that model is I don't like the idea of a rage blender that is sort of like posing and bellowing while he's holding the axes out at the top of the haft, just like, hi, I'm raging. Like I wish they could get a blender mid blending.
Okay.
When it comes to these things.
Gotcha.
That's my only beef with it. Otherwise, I actually don't have any issues with the wings or...
I think the wings are
cool.
I think the wings are the best part.
Yeah, everything else is actually fine with me.
Okay.
Wings and axes. And I don't know, like I keep telling myself, like, do I really need to buy yet another Bloodthirster and then kit bash this into... need clearly isn't an issue. But
do you want to?
I'm trying to... It may happen because, once you have 2 Bloodthirsters, you really need 4 because then you're halfway to 8.
That's true. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
I didn't say I need 8 Bloodthirsters. But 4 is half of 8. So, whereas 2 is only a quarter. Anyway.
Okay, so let's talk about the rules of these characters and do they match the lore? Are they good? So for Zardu, they are 30K rules, obviously. So they're not 40K rules. And though, like I said, you could probably use the model as a sorcerer in 40K or a Master of Possessions now actually would probably be pretty appropriate. So he's a psyker in 30K. And one of the great things about him, one of the cool uses for him is summoning in other demons, which works very differently in Horus Heresy than it does in 8th edition.
Yeah.
In fact, often I would use him to bring in other demons. I would often use him in Zone Mortalis games because I could summon in demons with him within 12 inches and they appear, somewhere a wall away from him or whatever. In Zone Mortalis, he's fantastic for that kind of thing. There are a few problems with him. In particular, he comes with these bodyguards. You don't have to take him with them. But if he is with them, he cannot separate from them unless they are both dead. Then he can move on his own at that point. So what do you really do with him is the problem. With the Blade Slaves, he can't join another unit. So where does he sit in terms of your force? A lot of times I would wind up with him sitting in the backfield, just summoning in more demons to hold kind of backfield objectives. But he never really got up and into it. So like his Blade Slaves, as cool as they are, never or very infrequently engaged in combat.
Right.
The only other way to get him in there would be to get him some kind of vehicle and put him in a vehicle. But now you have basically a unit of 3 in a, Spartan or something, which seems like major overkill to just move 3 guys in there when I could, fill it with other more interesting things like Terminators or Galvor Bach or something along those lines. So, he runs into some problems there, but I would always field him just because I think he's such a cool character. So, that's kind of one of the problems with him specifically. Again, you could take him without the Blade Slaves and have him join other units, but they're such a cool unit themselves. It's like, well, you like to see them. They just kind of struggle on the table. There's not a lot you can really do with them.
When you were describing all those problems, I kept thinking, oh yeah, this is why I stopped playing Horus Heresy games, is that I was like, wow, 8th edition solves most of those things you just talked about.
That is true.
Like if you throw them in a vehicle, well, they're the only unit. Well, 8th edition, now you can throw multiple units in vehicles, so it's...
I mean, there's some super heavies you could do that with in Horus Heresy, but ultimately it kind of struggles there. I mean, the other thing he does is he makes Ashen Circle troops in Horus Heresy, which they're, I think, a fast attack.
Oh, right.
But the problem is, like, not really many people use Ashen Circle.
Yeah.
and I have, 20 of them or whatever. They'd always get wiped out before I ever got them to a unit. So jump back troops just weren't really cutting it for me. So, calling them troops, a lot of times I would field him and not even bother with the Ashen Circle guys in the force. It's great in Zone Mortalis.
Yeah, I could see that.
And then again, the fact, and this is what I alluded to earlier, the fact that he is a demon himself and has the demon keyword means he has a much greater chance of not hurting himself when summoning demons. So I think he only failed. if I remember correctly, if he perils, he can cause a problem summoning demons. But normally when you go to summon demons, if you roll any doubles, I think it would cause a problem unless you have the demon keyword. If I may not be remembering that exactly correct, but I do remember he himself is at less risk when summoning demons because he has a demon keyword.
Got it.
So
got it.
Other than that, love him.
The Blade Slaves in modern setting, again, we were talking about porting him over into the new game.
Greater Possessed.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Yeah,
I played immediately.
Yeah, if I played a 40k Word Bearer's army, I'm like there.
For sure.
I would buy that set.
Oh yeah, he's the Master of Possessions. They're the greater. Yeah.
Or today's a Dark Apostle. Whatever. I mean, he looks like all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, one of their
fit
things is the
anywhere.
Master of Possessions model itself is awesome looking.
Well, that's true.
It's not struggling.
It's not Stardew Light.
But what if you wanted two?
Okay. Brian.
Bellicor. I joke on Splintermind all the time about certain units that I feel like are in the that committed an addition misconduct penalty to throw a hockey reference in, and I feel like Bellicor is still in the sin bin from last edition. So there are some, and this is why I'd never looked at his lore before, is because there's some characters in 7th edition, like you would always have, who's the Inquisitor? Kodiaz was always there for the Overwatch nonsense and this stuff. And this guy was always there because of the whole invisibility abuse thing. You would see a tournament list. But so I will fully admit, I'm not a Demons player. I'm just doing a cold read of the rules. I haven't played them on the table, but I think it's kind of interesting because he's faster. You know, he's a little bit faster than normal Demon Prince, lower strength, more attacks. He does have a slight leadership debuff, you know, to represent the whole mysterious thing. But I don't feel like he has that shadowy, I feel like he should have something where he's harder to hit. I mean, I know he's a character and you can, you know, hide those with other models and things like that. But I don't, when I just a cold read of his rules, when I look at it, I don't see his whole shadowy, enigmatic thing. I don't really feel like translates to the table all that well.
Other than in his sword, which is impressive.
What does sword do?
Sword is +1 strength, -5 AP,
Holy.
3 damage.
Holy smokes, -5 AP.
Yeah, you nope.
which is good, but a lot of the things that you're going after that have a lot of damage have invulnerable saves.
Right.
You know,
True.
And his strength is lower than a normal Demon Prince's.
Right.
So the +1 strength just puts him back up to where he should be to begin with. And a normal Demon Prince can take Talons, which gives them more attacks.
Right.
You know, so he's...
But 3 damage each.
3 damage again. That's...
It really is situation. Depends on what he's going against. Yeah, you're right about the invuln saves, you know, but I mean... Yeah,
but I think the biggest thing, and this is another one of the reasons why I picked him, was that he falls into a weird category because he's this unaligned demon.
Yep.
And it's the more that I read it, the more I was like, I don't know if they're going to make another model for him, because where is Games Workshop going with unaligned demons? I mean, that is there is wide open territory for that, and there's a lot of potential for exploring that a little bit more, but I just don't see them doing that. So I don't know if this is...
To be clear, he is currently in the Demons Codex, though.
And we are
not
getting
just the index.
We're about to get new Plastic Furies, which I am super stoked about.
Wow.
Warcry, the skirmish game, there's Plastic Furies in that set.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Who knows?
I didn't see them going this way. And this is his one unique gimmick, though, that he has, is his ability extends to demons, period.
Right.
And he is, I think, the only character in the Demon Codex that loves all demons.
Right.
You can have your bloodletters, have your pink horrors.
So what does he extend to other demons? I'm sorry.
He gives them the Demon Prince thing of reroll ones to hit.
Yeah.
Oh.
The normal Demon Prince rule, but
it extends to demons.
Any demon.
Oh, that's interesting.
Whereas for any other Demon Prince,
it's always
just their alignment.
Right.
And he's casting twice a turn, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Which is not norm. So
right.
But the shadowy, I agree. There's nothing there that says like he's manipulating the plans and scheming and
and I don't know how you would do that. I really don't know how. I don't know if because you don't want to have something so powerful that you have, he can do like a redeployment or something like,
right.
oh, I'm here and I whisk away or whatever the deal is. And just giving him a negative to hit seems kind of silly because he's a character. So you're probably going to have other things.
Yeah.
Right, and we all saw how
closer.
fun that is with the changeling when somebody you just go, hey, it's just harder to hit me.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
a demon prince of all things. As a scope, because demon player, the demon army is starved for command points. Like they struggle to produce command points.
Giving
other than Nurgle.
a bonus of command points would be nice.
Yeah, him having, and that would reflect his shenanigans.
That's true.
Yeah. And man, he might have to pay another addition penalty at that point though, because that would be super good to be like, I have 2 units of bloodletters and a giant unit of pink horrors, and I have more command points to actually make them do their weird garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But I hear you.
Be demon soup.
Demon soup.
Demon soup.
It's all one book though.
All right, Jody, what about you?
All right, Scarbrand is super themey. His rules don't let you down in the theme department.
I will agree with that 100%.
Right.
He doesn't fly because wings of flamey baseball pitch across the plate. He has all the regular Bloodthirster rules where if he rolls a 6 to hit, he gets to double the number of attacks that it turns into 2 hits. They explode. His axe is super impressive. Slaughter and Carnage. He can do the usual Bloodthirster thing where he can either lay loose with one massive blow or he can go batter up and clear the plate with big sweeping blows. One of the great things is, and it's kind of interesting, is when you look at his Mighty Strike, you can reroll failed hit rolls. And you're like, wait, why would you want to reroll failed hit rolls with a Bloodthirster? They all hit on 2s. He doesn't. As he takes damage, he gets worse and worse at hitting to the point where when he's in his final phase, he only hits on a 4-up. And you're like, wait, I thought this guy was like the end all be all.
Yes.
But he does the classic like D&D barbarian thing.
Right.
He rages up. So as he takes damage, his weapon skill does go down from 2 at the beginning to 3 to 4. But his attacks go up. So when he's in his final stage, he has 8 attacks. And he can either double those or roll them on a 4+ reroll to hit if he misses.
Wow.
Keeping in mind, if you hit 6s on those, they multiply. One of my favorite just general Bloodthirster things, because Bloodthirsters, is you double their strength when they make their mighty swings. Well, they're already strength 7 or 8. So you're
14 or 16.
Yeah, everything goes, oh, that's pretty good. I guess.
Wow.
It's
Takes
impressive.
down Titans.
In the stories.
Knights. Yeah.
It does work. And then his rule that has always been his iconic rule, and he has it in some form in every game, whether it's AOS or whatever, is in this one it's Rage Embodied. And it's all units, friends or foe, within 8 inches of Scarbrand, do not take morale tests. And they add 1 to their attack characteristics. In addition, if you want to intentionally fall back, you got to roll 3d6 and pass a leadership test, combining all of the dice.
Wow.
If you fail, you stay in combat. And this is to represent that when Khorne crushed him and just imbued him with all of his pity and rage at his failings and then hurled him, he literally can't shut it off.
Right.
And he just exudes Khorne's rage. He has this aura of hate around him.
I like to call him the game accelerator. That's what we used to call John Campos, but this guy is. I mean, once everybody kind of gets in there, well, the game's about to end.
Yeah. It'll take a little minute to roll some dice.
Everybody's
but we'll
going to party real hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So I love that. He does all of the things that he's supposed to do. The one giant screaming flaw the poor guy has is he's a Bloodthirster who doesn't fly, and he does have a whole lot of wounds and a 3-up, 5-up invul. But
and what's his move? 8 inches?
8 at first, and then it goes down. He is. I mean, I'm not.
Any charge benefit? Like, does he? No. Yeah.
Well, Khorne demons, when it's a Khorne force, they get to reroll their charges.
Okay.
So it's something.
Still a little bit of a threat, but yeah, missing the flight is huge.
You got to get him there, and
that's
a couple las cannons to the face or whatever it may be. What did you? That last time we played, was it your Predators? And you were like, that guy's gone.
Yeah.
Cool. Pick that up.
4 las cannon shots each. Yeah, 8 las cannons to.
Now his whole rage thing where you have to roll 3d6 to fall back, that leads to weird situations with flyers and things, right? Because if you had another Bloodthirster that was engaged with like an Eldar flyer, it's going to have to technically fall back when it goes to move? And if a flyer can't move,
well, that's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, look, we're not going to answer that here.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
not. We're not.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
FAQs.
another podcast.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah.
So, okay. So let's. Anything else you want to add there? Or we good?
No, he's
to
just
move forward?
angry.
Okay, I love it. I love it. So what supplements is this hero represented in? For Zardu Lyak, he is represented in the Forge World Horus Heresy Book 5 Tempest, which deals in particular with the Siege of Calth. So he was a commander there during the Word Bearer's assault on that. There's also a beautiful pen and ink picture of his head and the mask in there that is really, really cool.
Nice.
I'll show you a picture of it.
I know exactly. Oh,
Yeah,
Yep.
he's fantastic
Light bulb.
looking.
Yep.
Yeah. Brian?
So Be'lakor, you have in Codex Demons, of course.
Yep.
The one that I was surprised at, and when I was doing research, I was like, oh, wait, he's in that? I own that. Great. Is the 6th edition Imperial Fist Sentinels of Terra supplement. Yeah, there's a story. One of his stories is in there, and it's actually one of the good ones. So,
Is it because doesn't he like get on the phalanx or
Yes.
something? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jody.
Again, Codex Demons. He's been around for quite a while. And then Gathering Storm Parts 2 and 3. He makes some really important cameos that I'll be talking about here in a minute.
All right. As far as Black Library examples of this hero, Horus Heresy Book 51, Slaves to Darkness, goes into quite a bit of detail. He's a major and central figure in there. And also, spoiler alert, if you don't have the special edition, he also has a very short appearance so far as I've read, in the Siege of Terra Book 1. So by John French, The Solar War. So he's in there too, which shouldn't be surprising since he's going to be at the Siege of Terra. So I'm glad they're touching on him there. And so that's where we stand there. What am I missing now?
Brian.
Be'lakor.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
Shoot, it's
apparently,
getting late. Sorry.
apparently Be'lakor is missing as well because I didn't find much for him as far as in Black Library stuff.
I think he is in a Age of Sigmar novel.
Some AOS stuff.
Yeah.
But 40K, not so
but
much.
I haven't seen him in a 40K.
And I
book.
think a lot of that has to do with, some of these demon characters are just sort of...
He's in Call of Abaddon. Acheron.
Well, they're kind of... Okay. Well, I clearly failed there.
No. Acheron is he's the Abaddon version in Age of Sigmar.
Oh, got it.
Oh, Archeon.
Got it.
Or Archeon.
Okay.
Not
I was like, wait.
Archeon.
It's
Sorry.
like in Ohio?
Yeah. In Akron, Ohio.
Is that in Ohio?
Archeon. Man, it is getting late.
But I think it's that whole thing where
Acheron. I don't play much Age of Sigmar.
I think it's part of that whole thing where some of these demon characters are they almost feel like plot devices more than legitimate characters, and I think he sort of falls into that trap a little bit.
Yeah, and Scarbrand the same. Man, there is no shortage of appearances of Scarbrand. Dude is in all the things all the time.
Yeah,
not in Black Library, and I think it's exactly as Brian was saying. Is man, what a great plot device. Not much of a story to tell at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to write a novel about Scarbrand. Cool. Well, sales pitch to me. So he's really angry, right? And then
he gets even angrier. He gets everybody else angry.
and then other guys get angry and they all smash stuff.
He's kind of like J.J.
Still
Abrams.
reads like an Age of Sigmar novel.
He's like J.J. Abrams, where he's like, "This is a great scene. We should put a lens flare in." It's just...
And what are you going to use as your lens flare, Scarbrand?
Yeah,
sounds
there
good. He is
seems legit.
He is the lens flare of 40K, but doesn't make for a very good novel.
So as far as your favorite stories go, from either Black Library, Codex, Supplement, whatever, for me, Zardu Lyak, this has to be John French's depiction in Slave of Darkness. And so, I'm about to major spoiler alert. So if you haven't read that book and you really want to, skip forward about 4 to 5 minutes here in the show. But really the culmination of this comes where Lorgar is trying to get Fulgrim back into the fight. And Fulgrim's like, yeah, why would I want to do that when I could sit here on a tree full of rainbows and, be excessive and everything. Yeah. And here's my snake
fabulous
body and my, and he's like, really, I'm not coming. I'm done with all that material world stuff. And Lorgar basically unleashes Fulgrim's like true name, right? But the way he's able to do is because he knew like going here, like his mind would be read and all this stuff, and so he wouldn't even be able to get an audience with Fulgrim. Basically, he had imprinted in Zardu-Layak Fulgrim's like full name, and so Zardu-Layak is like coughing out the name, which is like this incredibly painful thing. He's like bleeding from the mouth as he's saying the name, Fulgrim's name, and all this. But it allows them to basically capture and imprison Fulgrim and bind him to the will of Zardu-Layak at that point. And so Lorgar's like, yeah, so now you're going to come with us, right? Tell him he's coming with us. And Zardu-Layak's like, yeah, you're coming with us. Then they basically go back to Horus with him in tow. And at this point, and here's the major spoiler alert. Again, if you're listening now, skip forward 2 or 3 minutes. Lorgar basically tries to unseat Horus at this point and overthrow him. And of course he fails because Zardu, like his intention was, I'm going to use Fulgrim to slay Horus. And of course Zardu-Layak's like, yeah, no, I released Fulgrim. Like, that's not happening, right? Like, this guy's the real deal.
We're using the
You're
power.
not, you're not here. And then basically Horus banishes Lorgar at that point, and Lorgar runs off and crying.
That's exactly how I would imagine that.
Yeah, pretty much. It was kind of disappointing. I was like, really? You're gonna really? Okay.
All right, there it is.
Fallen idols, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how that boils down. Hey, welcome back to the show. If you skipped ahead to through those spoilers,
And you got it exactly right. Way to go. Impressive.
Perfect. I am impressed. Right. Okay, so that was my favorite story. Brian, you.
Be'lakor, Battle of the Phalanx.
Oh, here it is.
There it is. Yeah, so Battle of the Phalanx, it's this great story where, and this plays into his whole, jealousy and wanting to upstage people and not let other people get the attention of the gods. So when Abaddon's 13th crusade is going down, he opens a warp rift in the Phalanx, which is, the Imperial Fist flying, fortress monastery deal, and opens a warp rift and decides he's going to take it over and use it to bombard Terra.
An ambitious plan.
It's pretty good, right? And he does it with Iron Warriors. I think they were devoted to Slanesh, if I remember correctly. And, it's wackiness ensues. And then the Legion of the Damned shows up, and it turns into a Michael Bay novel, and it, goes its own way.
Awesome.
But yeah. But I mean, I just
it's a Michael Bay novel.
Well, it kind of does, right? And there's J.J. Abrams lens flares, but for me, I love that whole bit where he just really can't stand somebody else
getting the
attention, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to upstage it. We'll just open a warp rift in the ship. We'll blow up Earth while he's doing his thing over there. This is going to be fantastic. And then,
The more I think about Be'lakor, really should just start a podcast.
He should. Yeah. He should.
Look at me.
I need some attention.
Right.
I'm going to start a podcast.
Right.
That's what's in the orb all this time. Thought it was chaos.
It's a podcast.
It was a microphone.
It's a blue ball. It's one of those blue ball USB mics.
Welcome to the Bellicast.
That was beautiful.
You like that?
That was way better than all my terrible puns.
There you go.
It wasn't even close.
really
I didn't even
was.
have a chance.
Jody.
All right. Hey, I mentioned the Gathering Storm Part 3 a little earlier that Magnus the Red and Kairos Fateweaver have employed the help of the Red Corsairs, and they have captured the Primarch Roboute Guilliman. And they got him. Sadly, the Abrams plot device went, wait, you're going to keep him? No, we're not keeping a Primarch. That's a pretty cool skull, and I think we should have it. So, knock, knock, says Scarbrand and a legion of demons, and they bust in to claim the skull of Gilman on the black...
chaos. You're your own worst enemy.
Yeah,
I know.
on the Blackstone Fortress. And as Brian said a minute ago, chaos ensues. Or, that seems the obvious line here.
Sure.
And then timely intervention by Cypher and a group of Harlequins, because, man, if we're going to do the Gathering Storm,
Yes.
I love that they went all in. It was can we get more characters in this scene?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Harlequins. But wait, and Cypher.
Yeah.
Why is
Right.
he there? Doesn't matter.
Right.
Nobody knows.
Because mysterious.
Because he's mysterious.
You know who's not mysterious? Scarbrand.
Yeah.
Smashing down gates, breaking doors, blowing through things, and he just wants Gilman's head. Gilman manages to trick, because let's add another character, the Mask. And the Mask and Scarbrand gets angry, and there's Brian, you'll appreciate this, there's a backflip involved, and the axes just miss.
Yeah, they didn't get all the backflips out in the Gathering Storm 2.
Yeah.
It was a drinking game, and for every backflip, if you took a shot, you would be hammered in about a page.
So
Boogaloo.
Yeah, it's bad.
Unwittingly, Scarbrand does what he does as a plot device, and creates the avenue of escape.
Nice.
And off they go. So yeah, that step takes a step forward to. And if you'd like to hear actually kind of more thoughtful analysis of that, you should listen to our last one of these episodes where Justin talked about Cypher and what maybe he was doing there.
That's true.
Because that was a really good conversation, unlike most of Scarbrand's stories that are like, whoa, here we go.
Well, on that note, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back after a couple interviews. We're going to close out the show, but we've got some great interviews coming up, so stand by for those.
Hey, this is Big Nasty B from Life After the Cover Safe, and I'm at a mall talking to strangers about Table War. Table War develops some of the most innovative products for the miniature wargaming and hobby industry.
And I develop pictures.
That's great. They develop things like the Fat Mat.
Who's Matt, and why is he so fat?
Well, first off, Matt is not a person. The Fat Mat is a tabletop gaming surface, and with over 40 different designs, Table War's Fat Mat has become a community standard.
I got a Surface Pro. It's like 10 inches. By the way, I'm meeting my friend Simbon. Do you know what that is?
No, but I do want to tell you about the Table War Tower case line.
Oh man, towers are so huge.
Well, it's not that kind of tower. It's the original modular, all-in-one display, storage, and transport system for all your tabletop miniatures.
Wow, you're really smart. What's your relationship status?
Well, it's complicated, but you know what isn't complicated?
Chili dogs.
This is true, but also the Macro Mat.
Oh geez, not that guy again.
The Macro Mat is a one-of-a-kind, innovative photography backdrop, perfect for collectibles, hobby miniatures, and small works of art. Its durability, portability, and functionality in one inexpensive product.
I wasn't paying attention to what you just said, but do you validate parking?
No, I do not. But if you want more information, head over to tablewar.com and check them out.
Table War!
All right, so we're sitting here with Mel and with Dave. Dave's been here all the time, so that's okay. And Jody.
Hey.
And we're at Adepticon right now. Thank you, Paul Murphy, for loaning me your microphone. But what I really wanted to talk to the two of you about was, well, Dave just put out a book, Armies and Legions and Hordes, which I'm blown away by. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Jody's going to pick it up today. He was like, I haven't picked it up yet. It is absolutely fantastic. But one of the things that we've been talking about lately, and you've been messing around with terrain lately,
yes, indeed,
is terrain. And I kind of wanted to up my game in terrain. And lo and behold, you guys are coming out with Terrain Essentials now. Yeah. And you have a Kickstarter going right now, which seems to be doing very well. I'd like to see it do even better for you.
That'd be great. I want those pages.
So Mel, since I've talked to Dave a lot already, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about, well, what do you bring to this party? Who are you, Mel?
Who am I?
And how dare you?
Mel is nobody.
Apparently he's a YouTube personality.
Yeah, apparently I am. No, watch it. I mean, I'm no one in the industry. I've not worked for any companies or anything like that. I'm just a very passionate hobbyist. And I think that passion and what I do with YouTube, the community has put me on their shoulders, if you know what I mean. I've been raised up. Now, I just love terrain. I grew up in my mum had a little craft shop when I was a kid, and she was a single mother, and we were in North Wales. So pretty much every summer, every school holiday, every weekend was spent sitting in a craft shop while she was working. So I literally grew up in a craft shop.
Okay.
And, you know, I used to make like little dioramas for my Green Army men, little plastic Green Army men. Yeah. I made war games firing like a little elastic bands at each other. Yeah. And she had like a stand with all the railway supplies.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to get the old boys coming in, they'd help me with the dioramas. So I started building terrain. I was 15 before we moved back to England, and I discovered White Dwarf, and I realised there was actually a real game I could play with it. Yeah, and we had a GW in town. I went down, I bought my first Skeleton Army box set, but I built my first hill before I built my first army.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you could say it's in my blood.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And what has you most excited about the book? I mean, how did this collaboration come to be, the two of you?
Do you want to tell them the truth?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, and you can. Well, okay, I'll leave.
Okay, you give them your version, I'll give them mine.
Yeah, I'll leave you. You can give the final story, which is the cool one. But I started a blog like 10 years ago. 11 years ago, and started to meet a lot of bloggers online.
Sure.
And Mel's blog, Corbania Prime, was one of those blogs. He was doing an Imperial Guard, had an Imperial Guard mission, and I'm a big Imperial Guard fan, so we just started talking and chatting, and he was Colonel Corbane, and he was Colonel Corbane, and I was just doing the stuff I was doing, and we chatted, and
we were just basically online mates.
The
thing was, I was playing Imperials, he was doing his Blood Pact.
Yeah.
So we got a bit of banter going backwards and forwards, and we were both doing conversions and things like that. So there was a lot of like, I like what you done there, Dave, and what you call it, and he had the Blood Pact tattoo done, and my wife was a tattooist, so she actually helped with the design and helped give me inspiration for the tattoo.
Oh, you actually have a blood pact?
Not that anybody can see it.
Oh, that is pretty cool, actually. Hang on.
I ran a contest on my blog for.
Okay.
My wife, let's get in on this.
I'm going to take a picture of that later. I want to post that.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, what's crazy about the internet now is that you do get I've met so many people. Like, my wife and I are talking about going to Australia next year during our summer, their winter. But primarily because, I've always wanted to go to Australia, but there's just people now, but because of the show, that are, hey, if you come here, do this. So we're going to not only go to Sydney, but we're also going to go to Perth. And I feel like for some of these folks, like, we're genuine friends. Like, I'm surprised we haven't met in person. And
it was like that with me and Dave. We bantered so much. And what happened was, we did the blog, then I drifted out of it with life and that sort of stuff. And I came back as the train tutor rather than Cole Corbane. And we met up last year at Salute. And Dave was
great show, by the way.
Dave was doing his Kickstarter. He wanted me to write a section in it. We talked about promoting it and that sort of stuff. But basically, we were in the hotel the night before, and I walked in, with my mate, and Dave just looked at me and he just pulled this chair back and just tapped on the chair. Yeah, and then he goes, "Do you want a drink?" Yeah, I'll have a vodka. Do you want a drink? Yeah, I'll have a vodka. Do you want a drink? Yeah, I'll have a vodka. Yeah. Anyway, worst Salute video I've ever made. But I'm waking up in the hotel and I'm sharing a room with my Oppo, my mate Jace, and what you call it. And I wake up in the morning, I'm hungover, and he turned around and he says, "Do you know you agreed to do a book last night?"
Well
sitting there
played.
like, oh, right. And I thought, do you know what? I really have always wanted to do a book. But my biggest problem is I don't know anything about books. I don't know anything about Kickstarter. And there's so many pitfalls where the project will fail.
Kickstarter has... Jeff for a long time was like, we should do a Kickstarter. He was very hot on it. And I was just like, I'm kind of afraid of it. Like, I just feel like the potential for things to go wrong.
Well, the thing is, when
it goes wrong...
Yeah, it goes wrong. Yeah. So when teaming up with Dave, Dave... He's got his experience as the editor of War Games Illustrated. He's written articles. I know he knows about the book stuff. On top of that, over the past year, he's gone through the Kickstarter process. He's produced his own book. So it's like, all I need to do is words and pictures. My mate Dave's got the rest covered. So it's sort of like, if it's anything outside the cover, it's his role.
Right.
If it's in between those hardback covers, it's mine. We turned around and we were talking about pages, and what we decided was, I was really doubtful about whether it was fun. I've got a lot of doubts and that sort of stuff. And I was sort of saying, okay, we'll start off with the smallest book we can feasibly do, which was 96-page softback.
96 pages.
And then we sort of said, we looked at, what's the biggest book Dave's willing to publish,
To be honest, I wanted to...
12 volumes. George R. R. Martin writes the intro.
Encyclopedia Taranica.
I told you, one book first.
Let's get this out of the way. But my book was hardback, 176 pages, and to be honest, I just really love that size.
It feels good in your hands, right?
Yeah. And also, I became aware of all of the costs that are associated with that sort of size book. So ideally, I think that's what we're
that was the cap, wasn't it?
So
we sort of pegged, this is the small book, this is the big book, and it was like, worked out the page counts, and we're working out the pages and everything. I'm like, okay, so I've got 96 pages to fill, because I'm thinking, right, I need to fill this book with as much as possible. Right. I mean, my studio has a wall on it, and I have an A5 sheet for every single page in that book.
Okay.
Yeah, all 170, because what you call it? I turned around and said, I've got 96 pages, and Dave goes, no, I need 6 pages for the legals. I'm like, okay. And he's like, right. And if we get up to if we go up to 176, I'm like, you've got 6 pages. The rest are mine. Yeah, but in my studio, I've got these A5 sheets, and every single page is detailed with bullet points of what I want to put onto it. So I'm literally, over the past year, I've been working. That's an idea. Over to the wall. Write that on that page. Right. Actually move that to that section. And basically formulating. So the book is written in bullet point form. I know absolutely what's on every single page. Say 95%, because there's always that 5% as you're working.
Something strikes you.
And the benefit of doing a book over YouTube is YouTube and Patreon. You've got to put your content. You've got to get it out there, and you're rolling. It's like a hamster wheel. Yeah. Produce. Very much like a podcast. Yep. You don't get to go back and revisit, and also the short production time means that you don't get that clarification time where a couple of weeks down the line, oh yeah, should have put that in it. Yeah.
That's why my episodes are 3.5 hours long.
I was going to ask Mel, actually, that was what I was going to follow up. So for years, I've actually watched and followed you on your YouTube channel. And thank you very much for all your help. So what, as somebody who's watched you for years, picking up this book, continue on, because I think you were headed that way. Okay, anyway, what am I getting that I wouldn't get from one of your videos?
Well, okay. Good question. Let's take foam board buildings. Yeah, okay. I did foam board buildings in the first year. Now, I haven't had time to revisit that, but I've had 4 years of building foam board buildings. My knowledge has increased drastically. Sure. Yeah, and now that's just one element. If you think I've been doing this pretty much full time for the past 4 years now, the amount of techniques and knowledge has gone way beyond. So my latest videos, where I'm going into deep colour theory and when we're doing really in-depth stuff, that's showing the level I'm at, but only in that particular niche. All the other niches that I've done before, I haven't had time to go back and revisit. Yeah. So the book gives me an opportunity to take everything I know across all the core subjects, all the core genres of gaming, bring it up to the level of where I am actually now, which is actually quite in advance of some videos. I mean, if a video came out 2 months ago, the knowledge in the book isn't really going to be that much more. Yeah, but you've got to remember, I've been doing this for 5 years, 500 videos. There's a lot of topics. I mean, I haven't touched flocking and that sort of stuff as a video content, and in 3 years since I did my D-Day board. Right. But my level and my ability has just increased drastically. I just haven't had the time to document it as a tutorial because of production time. A book gives me an opportunity to bring absolutely every single core topic up to where I am now, and basically draw a line in the sand. The other thing that it enables is, obviously, I've got over 500 tutorials on the channel. Yeah, and now I'm not an AV guy, so some of those, I mean, my video production, people forgive me for it because the knowledge is there. Right. My earlier stuff, I mean, they still forgive me for it, but I mean, the production was bad. In all honesty, cards on the table.
Yeah. Well, much like painting an army, right? You paint an army. Years later, you're like, I could have done that so much better. Yeah, exactly. So, same with video production. I mean, I started off with a webcam, and we used to go cameras down, and I used to lift up, grab the webcam, and point it at the desk. Right. And that was literally moving on to the next shot. Now I shoot on 3 cameras. So, if you come to the channel and say, I want to learn about wargaming, it's like, well, there's 500 videos for you to watch. Where do you start? Yeah, where do you start? Yeah. Or I can turn around and go, look, you want everything? Bang, there you go. Right. Yeah, and then we can move on from there on the channel. So one of the interesting things about Armies, Legions, and Hordes was there's also, you could buy into a digital version of it, which is awesome, by the way, because you have a little bit of video content in there as well. Yep. Are you looking to leverage any of the video content Mel has already, or maybe develop new video content for the digital version?
No, we aren't looking at that at the moment. Basically, we want to focus on the physical book.
Yeah.
And we want to also explore the way that we can work with PDFs and get deeper into sorting back and forth through PDFs. Okay. Yeah, the issue is actually on my side, on that side, because with video content, I mean, I've written articles by trade. I'm a physiotherapist, so I've done journal articles and stuff like that. I used to teach as well in college. Which
my knee's been bugging me.
Yeah, that's why I didn't tell people I'm a physiotherapist. You know what? I used to tell people I was an estate agent. Because the moment you tell them you're a physiotherapist, they go,
Ooh. Yeah. So I used to tell people I was an estate agent. Yeah. What do you call them over in the States? Realtor. Yeah. Except I went to a party one night. I said I'm an estate agent. This couple turned around and said, "We're selling a house. Can we ask you?" I'm like, "I'm a physiotherapist." But no, I mean, I've written articles and I've produced videos, and production time for video is about 6 times longer than writing.
Yeah.
I mean, I can take the photos, I can do my little notes and type little things on my laptop as I'm building, taking photos. Quickly edit, type it up in the evening, get it over to Dave, so he's getting drip content as I do pages. He's laying them out. If we did video content, there's
just
no way.
Add a tremendous amount of time.
There's just so much time with post-edit. So we just drew a line, and we were talking about it because we thought it might be a good backer thing, you know. Here's the video content related to this chapter, but the workload just would break the project.
Makes sense.
So we just said, draw a line.
Yeah.
So then...
compared to the content in mine, it's in some of the... There's a bit of philosophy I'm talking about. I'm not showing how to paint an army.
Yeah.
Video content in Mel's, it would want to be doing a tutorial of some kind.
Great.
So that's why we wouldn't...
Not just that, producing video content drops the standard of your work. Because you have to be focused on also the video side.
Right.
You know, you're looking at the monitor, you're making sure that the thing's in shot, that your hand isn't in the way. Whereas if I'm doing what I can do is I've got a 4K camera, I can stick a 4K camera on one side, 4K camera on the other side, run them. That means I'm getting 4K digital stills. I can pick the frame I want.
Right.
Yeah, so I can just sit there, I can just do what I do
Very
to
cool.
the best of my ability. And then get home, pull my stills, wipe the video files, back in the next day, carry on. But that means I get the best quality photos. Yeah, I don't even have to pose for the photo.
Right,
you know what I mean? I'm 60 frames per second. I mean, if I do an hour, what's that? 303.
A lot.
It's a
Math is
ridiculous
hard.
amount.
A lot's a good
But
number.
I can always find a perfect photo to illustrate the point.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the battle plan behind producing the content.
Well, this book's a no-brainer for me. I mean, we've been talking about an art.
That's right where we're at.
Yeah. So it's on Kickstarter right now. When does the Kickstarter run through?
Kickstarter ends April 14th.
Okay.
It'll be 10 p.m. British summertime.
Yeah, we've scheduled it so that I do a Sunday live show and it goes live at 9 o'clock. So we're going to finish it with a live show and have a bit of a party. And
very cool.
Dave's over in the UK for it, and so he'll be in my house. He's staying with me, and we're just going to have a big party over the weekend and wrap it up and just see where we get to.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. So that works out at 5 p.m. Eastern. And
Okay.
2 p.m. Pacific.
Pacific. Yeah. Okay. And so you can find it on Kickstarter just by searching for Terrain Essentials.
Yeah.
And this is fantastic. I really, I can sit here and tell you how much I like Armies, Legions, and Hordes all day, but the fact that you're doing a second book right in the wheelhouse of what I was looking for is fantastic. Clearly, you're enjoying making the book thing.
I'm having a fantastic time. It's something I really enjoy, bringing together the disparate elements of text, imagery, creating balance on the page is something I love doing day in, day out. I can do it forever.
So your first go around at it, were there things were you intimidated by the process? You'd done editing and that kind of thing before, so it wasn't, but now it's all on your shoulders to produce this thing. The first go around, do you now feel like I'm way more comfortable with how this is going?
I'm going to be very comfortable with this. I mean, the first time around, I wrote it, I took the photos, I did the layout and everything else. This time around, I don't have to write it or take the photos.
Right.
I know probably half of what Mel knows about terrain, so me writing it wouldn't be the same book. It wouldn't be anywhere near as good.
No, you got the expert.
So we've got the expert there.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about it. It's going to be. It's going to mean I can spend more time on it.
Yeah.
Give it more polish.
Yeah.
I mean, I just spent a lot of time on Armies, Legions, and Hordes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But I just want to be able to polish that a little bit further. Yeah. And I'm really excited about it.
Do you think, really cool. Without any topic, do you think you'll do another book after this one? Is this kind of where Dave goes from this point? Like he becomes like a publisher?
Personally, I'd love to do that. And I think I like the idea of, in this case, I'm helping Mel create a book that helps people who want to make terrain.
Yeah,
it's enabling gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole enabling thing.
Yeah, it is. Well, that's what we're about, isn't it?
It's true.
Yeah, that's very, very cool.
But
very cool.
I'm excited. I'd love to work with some other folks, and as long as the end result is people who read the book get something out of it.
Yeah.
They're helped by it. Their hobby they're more enthused about their hobby.
Exactly.
They've got more knowledge about their hobby. That's
right.
What
and the best thing from my point of view is Dave's just gone through this process.
Right.
So he has a relationship with all the printers, with the shippers. You know what I mean? So from my point of view, partnering up with someone, I can write the content, but I want to make sure I'm partnered with someone who can deliver. And Dave's proven he can deliver. He's already got the relationship. So it's like, I know if I write the content, the book will become reality. We will fulfill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a big thing with Kickstarter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a match made in heaven.
It is.
Calm down, you. You're staying in my house, my wife's going to...
I was going to say, in our hotel room, we don't need 2 beds anymore.
Yeah. I'm Big Spoon.
Fair enough.
Hey, Green, it's just like our room.
That's the theme of the weekend.
Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of success with this. You've already got my money, so
excellent. Thank you, buddy.
Super excited, and I'll even look forward to what you do after this. So thanks so much.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is Carl and Jody.
What's up, everybody?
And we are at Adepticon right now while we're recording this. And what I want to do is introduce you guys to a show, if you haven't heard about it, called the 40K Badcast. And 2 of our very good friends, Campbell and Dan, are the hosts of that show. Thanks, guys, for joining us.
Well, thanks for having us. It is my distinct privilege to be on your show, Carl.
Is it?
Your show, Jody.
Not my show, Carl's show.
Thanks for letting us use your hardware.
Yeah, I brought this heavy ass stuff. Oh, I can't say words that.
Ass is fine.
Okay, ass is fine. I brought this heavy stuff to Chicago from Washington, D.C., and I'm finally getting to use it, and that makes me extremely happy because it wasn't a complete waste of my effort.
So here's one thing I would say. Your show, we just touched on that. You use words we don't use on our show.
It's certainly true.
Yeah, both of our dads have told us they don't approve of it.
Right.
Independent of each other, they don't talk to each other.
What does your 40K dad say about it?
My 40K dad says have at it.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Campbell joined myself, Doug Johnson, Adon, Loopy, a bunch of us when we went to England and London and Nottingham. It was a while ago.
5 years ago?
Was it really that far ago now?
It
was a while ago. It was a while ago, but we had a great time. Campbell and I became good friends. Campbell introduced me to Dan here at Adepticon a couple years ago. You guys decided you wanted to do a podcast. We had met on a forum called Something Awful Forums. And, one of the things I said to you guys was, if you're going to do a podcast, approach it from an angle nobody else is approaching it from. And, I was just on your show recently talking about this, and I think that you guys have largely succeeded in that. You have a show. You are the only show that I download consistently every time and listen to it start to finish. And then I'm sending you chats as I'm listening to it sometimes.
Yeah.
And I very much enjoy it. I enjoy where you guys are personally in terms of your attitudes towards life, your attitudes towards people, et cetera, et cetera. And so it kind of gels. I mean, I think the 4 of us, Jody's new to this relationship.
Yep. Hey, guys.
But I think you can see what I like in these guys.
Yeah, it's not a hard sell to figure that out. You guys, I think one of the things that rings true, well, Campbell, you and I were just talking about it, this notion of authenticity and the fingerprint, if you will, that really being authentic to who you are and doing it because you enjoy doing it. It's not a money grab. It's not an attention grab. It's not serving a brand. Yeah. And I think that's absolutely a commonality. And then, hey, we're at Adepticon, so there might be some shared interest a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you guys really want to know what brought us together originally for this podcast?
Yeah. I do.
I can tell a story of how we actually got to know each other initially.
Well, no, we'll get there. But the podcast is because Campbell does voiceover for his job.
Yeah, I do voiceover pretty often.
Campbell has a lovely voice. Actually, I don't know if you've seen any of his videos where he was covering video games and stuff.
No.
Yeah, I
narrates?
used to have a YouTube channel called Camhammer, which you can still find at youtube.com/camhammershow, where I did like game reviews and hobby stuff and so on. It was just like I tried to do very well edited, very cleanly put together, very scripted videos about the sort of stuff that I tried to keep it kind of tight.
But his voice is very professional in it. It sounds great.
Yeah, it's nothing like how I sound normally.
He does a fantastic job, and I was party to him in some of his animations before, some of his funnier stuff.
Yeah, you may have seen the what was it?
Dawn of Awesome.
Dawn of Awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Space Marines and
Yeah,
all
which
that.
ironically is the one that does not feature my voice.
Which is funny though, but that you put together.
Yeah, I did. I used to be kind of salty about that because I put it together in like 2 hours on an afternoon, and it's got like 1.5 million views.
That
on YouTube
became
or whatever.
yeah.
But I used to be kind of like, oh, people are watching this, not my stuff I actually spent time and money and effort on. And at this point, I'm like, I made some people happy, and that's all I give a shit about.
It was.
I made some people happy, and that's really all I care about.
That's a swear jar. That's yeah. No, and then I'm an audio engineer by trade.
Right.
So we were talking about how we could actually put together a good sounding podcast.
Right.
Like my thing with podcasts is a lot of them are bare minimum Skype calls. And it sucks. They don't sound good. And for me, as somebody who has to listen to recorded voice all day in, day out, like I don't want to. I'm only going to listen to stuff that sounds good.
Yeah.
And so for me, like having a podcast that sounds extremely good is of utmost importance.
Yeah.
You know, our content is garbo. Like we're a couple of idiots who are just having a couple of yucks on the internet every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But it's high quality yucks.
We try to have good yucks.
The joke density is high.
The joke density, yeah.
Here's what I'd say. There's chemistry though, right? I mean, the two of you play off each other well. It's funny.
I certainly hope so.
I used to say when Jeff left the show.
Thank you,
ICs,
God.
No. Jeff and I had,
what's up? Where are you coming to Nova, Jeff? No, you're not.
Jeff and I had great chemistry on air, on the mic or whatever you want to call it, whatever on the internet and
on tape.
And so you and Jeff had great chemistry on the internet.
Yeah.
There's a very good website for that. I met my fiance there.
Listen, I've met a lot of men on the internet now.
You and me both.
And you have got to participate in many of them. Austin.
That's a weird way to say that, Carl.
This is getting so much better. I'm glad I opened this door.
Anyway, my point being, when Jeff left, I was like, what am I going to do for another co-host? Like, it's hard to catch lightning in a bottle. How are you going to do it twice? You guys have what is missing from that. I mean, you guys are a very cohesive unit. If I'll put it that way.
Well, without even trying, like, so Something Awful Forums, we mentioned those. Campbell and I knew each other from there because I think basically just painted our models before we played with them.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of times where I was looking for specific bits, and then Campbell would send. He would have them because he has an extensive and amazing bits box. He would send them to me, and then I remember he sent a box top from a Cheerios box that said "Smile" on it.
Okay.
As part of the package he sent to me, and so my name on this forum is the Sex Cannon. Right,
yeah.
Because I'm hilarious, and so he didn't know my actual
you
name.
You gave me your address, but you didn't give me your actual name.
So he put T.S. Cannon and then my address under it, and then the bits I was looking for, and then this box top from a Cheerios box that said "Smile" on it. And I knew at that point I was like, "Oh, this guy's cool. This guy's great." So we got together at Nova in I think 2016.
Yeah, 2016.
And he was looking for somebody to share a room with,
yeah,
and I live close to Nova because I live in Northern Virginia. And I would just drive every day, which is the stupidest way to do it. You have to stay at the hotel. So he's like, I'm like, yeah, I jumped on it. I was like, yeah, I'll stay in the hotel. That sounds amazing. So we get a room together, and it turns out like, hey, we're actually really good friends.
Yeah. Like we clicked right away, and we were sitting around with a few friends of ours, namely the Sniffin Brothers, who appeared in our show. And and as happens whenever like four white dudes sit around a table, one of us said, we should start a podcast.
That's what it feels like these days.
Just so listeners, Campbell is going to be a groomsman at my wedding.
Right.
Like we're that good friends at this point.
Right.
Like where I can't even imagine being a part of this hobby without him.
Right.
As an outlet for the 40K Badcast, as an outlet for our terrible jokes, our dumb idiot senses of humor. Like it's that important to me now that like I can't even imagine being a part of this hobby without him.
And I think that genuineness comes through on the show, and that's one of the things I really like about it. So I mean, really what I wanted to say, I wanted to have you guys on, kind of talk a little bit about, give me kind of the rundown, what your show is about, really. Why is it called the Badcast? And
there's some contention over the Badcast title
I'm
right
aware.
now
as of this weekend.
So
the cast can still be bad.
Well, okay, fair enough. The Badcast comes from the idea that Campbell and I are bad at 40K,
and we're unapologetic about it too.
When we say we're bad at 40K, it doesn't mean that it means specifically that we're not meta chasers. We're not net list guys. We don't necessarily care about winning games of 40K. We care about engaging with the person across the table through the medium of Warhammer 40K.
Yeah.
And we're bad at 40K, and you can too, is our tagline.
Nice.
Because it's like, hey, you take a step back, enjoy the game for what it is, necessarily then, enjoy winning or having to win a game of 40K. But the problem that we're getting into now is that Campbell comes to Adepticon and he brings this awful, just terrible meta list of all Black Templar small marines,
mostly on foot,
and land raiders and dreadnoughts, like
Everything
2 dreadnoughts per list.
But he's cracked the code.
What does he do? He rolls everybody,
including
in his
me.
games, including Carl.
Most recently,
Yeah, so Campbell, do you want to, for a moment, speak to the fact that while I am still perfectly bad at 40K, maybe you don't get to say that you're bad at 40K anymore?
I was going to say at first, there's nothing I can say with my mouth that the 3 medals that have been around my neck all day can't already say to you.
Ooh, he's pointing to the scoreboard.
I know,
boys.
walking around like the guy's ludicrous, swinging them like Flava Flav. It was beautiful.
Last night he
Throw
was
more
wearing
rapper in there. Come on.
He was
Get the
wearing
hat trick.
his leather jacket covered in buckles and spangles and stuff, and also his 3 medals.
Oh my God,
that
that's
every
great.
time he moved, it was just like Tin Man in a one-man band outfit, just walking down the halls of a Renaissance Schaumburg, just making the most noise ever.
This sounds like a drawer full of silverware pouring down,
Yeah,
down the escalator.
He's doing the fork in the garbage disposal all night long, boys.
But as for how I can defend being bad at 40K and still somehow cleaning up, I think being bad at 40K is an ethos. Because, yeah, I can start cleaning house in these games, but I'm doing it with a smile on my face. I'm doing it trying to make friends. I'm doing it trying to tell a story with the people I'm playing against, and I'm not doing it with the express purpose of crushing. I did not prepare a net list. My list has 20...
That makes it worse, by the way.
Yeah, my list...
That you tabled me, and you didn't even prepare.
Well, so here's the thing. It's a 1,500-point list. I took 10 Crusaders and 10 Neophytes. Turns out I only have 17 Neophyte models and not 20, which I actually needed for the list. So I'm paying for models I'm not even taking. And I'm not really perturbed by this.
Oh my God,
Carl, how does this make you feel? How do you feel right now learning about this?
I feel like I should have brought a free Vindicator.
There's always next time.
There's always next time.
Well,
you better check my points next time, buddy. That's all I'm saying.
Well, next time I'll pull the anti-Carl and I'll take a 1,200 point list to a 1,500 and see how we do. But I found the most important things for any events are not best score, despite winning that, but and not even best painted, although that's also one I'm gunning for most of the time too. But for best sportsmanship, because if you are someone's favorite opponent, you have or rather, if you get voted someone favorite opponent for a tournament, you have made 3 people's day.
Completely.
And that rules.
I actually think that is the most important award, and I do not say that jokingly.
Yeah.
Not because I've won 2 of them.
But now whose turn is it?
Wow.
But I genuinely think that the best sportsman is.
I feel like kind of a jabroni over here.
Yeah, we can be bad together then.
Weight of medals.
Like for real though. Yeah, how's your medal this weekend, Carl? Did you get one?
Weighs more than Campbell's. All right.
Nice shirt.
All joking aside. All joking aside.
Yeah.
Like, the reason I wanted you guys to come on the show was I want people to hear you. I want people to hear the genuine nature of you guys and the genuine friendship that I see when I look and talk to you guys and that I feel I have with you. And so I just wanted to give you guys some time and tell my listeners, you got to check these guys out. don't have your kids in the room when you're listening to
Probably
it.
shouldn't.
Please do not.
No,
unless they're really cool kids. If they're really cool kids, think about it.
But it's generally very focused conversation. You have points that you're making.
Last couple episodes lacked
still,
focus.
but you still have points. Like at least you start with
we do.
focus. And it is truly the one show that I do listen to every single time, start to finish. I told you guys this on your show. And I would encourage people to at least give it a try and see if it's for them, because Ian and Austin both like it, and Ian's just fascinated with your Transformers references and all that stuff.
We try to layer those in. I just want to touch on something real quick. Like Warhammer 40,000 is not a singular experience. It's not sitting in front of a video game playing against a faceless or nameless opponent across the way. You're across a table from another human being. And I think that Campbell and I both agree that it's very important that both human beings in this experience have a good time. And so being bad at 40K isn't about winning. It isn't about having the best list. It isn't about being the most point efficient. It's about having a good time with the other human across the table from you.
I love it. I love it. There's nothing else to say there. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I super appreciate it. I hope some of my listeners definitely come your way.
So do we,
Carl, because I think they're going to get a great experience. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Carl. It's been our privilege.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, guys. I'm Caleb.
And this is Kat.
And we are CK Studios. We want to invite you and your friends to come paint with us at one of our exciting and fun-filled airbrush and hobby weekenders. Our weekend workshops are 2 days of intense hands-on training, working directly with and learning from some of the top gaming artists in the industry.
Whether you're brand new to miniature painting or an experienced veteran that wants to up your game, CK Studios has the workshop for you. Our workshops cover everything from learning the basics and building confidence in airbrushing, all the way up to creating that centerpiece model for your army or display case.
For more class info and our upcoming schedule, you can find us on Facebook at CK Studios Come Paint With Us, or register directly at ckstudios.bigcartel.com.
If you can't find a class near you, that's okay. Just contact us and we'll bring a workshop to you.
All right. So thank you for listening to episode 185 of the Independent Characters. Brian, first off, I want to thank you for the life-saving use of your soundboard.
Yes.
I don't know what is going on with my soundboard, but that's okay. We're replacing it with that sweet, sweet Patreon donation money. Yeah. So that will get replaced very soon with this really cool device that Dan from 40K Badcast introduced me to at Adepticon. So that's going to solve a lot of problems.
Yeah,
the recording we did on that thing sounded awesome. So, and super easy to use, no computer involved, just really great piece of hardware.
Avoids the powers of the warp that have tainted this recording.
That I've just had issue after issue lately with. So again, thank you, Brian, so much for letting me use it. And I only need it for one more episode. Only need it for one more. And Jody, as always, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. You guys have anything you want to add before we again, where would people listen to your show, Brian?
Oh, you can find us on Facebook. We're on Libsyn. Just, again, Google Splintermind Podcast and we'll pop right up.
There you go.
I think we're literally the only Dark Eldar podcast on the internet.
Okay, well, there you go. Claim to fame.
Sort of.
Anything you want to add there, Jody, before we kind of close it out?
Hey, one last time to everybody I got to meet and greet at Adepticon. It was awesome meeting you, and I can't wait to see y'all again.
Yeah, man, I am super looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to going to Nova Open as well. I will be there. That should be a good time.
Yep.
So if you're going there, look for me and come up and say hi. And it's so funny when I see people post. They're like, "Oh, I saw Carl Tuttle, but I didn't want to say hi to him."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Why didn't you come up and say hi?" I'm totally like I'm the friendliest of guys.
Yeah,
so.
Enjoy the experience.
Enjoy the experience.
The Tuttle experience.
Take it all in.
It's in THX.
He might not have his medal, but it's here. In the astronomical.
Oh, I'll wear my medal.
You better then.
Actually, I can throw.
I was actually embarrassed to wear it.
Nah, wear it with pride.
Lean into it.
I do have a thing. So in June, I'm going to the Boise GT. I don't know if anybody knows what the hell I look like, but I mean, if you're there, I'm...
And Colin will be there too.
Colin will be there, and I'm crashing on his couch and sticking up his house for a few days. But yeah, I'll be there with a Craft World Eldar army, so I make sure and don't take it seriously.
In June?
Yeah, I think it's the weekend of June 29th, I want to say.
Nice. Yeah. Are you driving out there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy,
it's 12 hours.
You're gonna love it because 12 hours of silence.
It's 12 hours of silence. Yes,
I was gonna
way there, all the way back.
I was gonna ask to tag along, and then he got misty-eyed talking about the silence, and I was like, I'm not interrupting that.
You're all on your own.
Nope.
Buddy. Okay, so as you know, we have a Patreon going on. Great stuff going on in there. The Discord channel is just hopping, and people are super engaged in there. Like I say, if the Facebook group is the club, the Discord channel is kind of the champagne room at the back of the club. Except there's no sex in the champagne room. At least none of those channels. So anyway,
powers of chaos.
It is a great experience, though. I've been working on the campaign that's going to launch beginning in June. And that's kind of an ongoing thing. So people are getting kind of excited about that. I've actually recently discovered how I can tie the Patreon subscribers to my WordPress so that the form that they fill out for each game they complete is only accessible to people of certain levels of the Patreon to get on there.
Very cool.
So it works out very cool. They've really thought this Patreon thing out pretty well. It's pretty awesome. And if you like what you hear, please leave us a review on iTunes. If you didn't like what you hear, you can leave us a review there, but I can't really respond to that. So feel free to either write me an email at carl@theindependentcharacters.com or post to our Facebook page or what have you, where we can have some discussion about it. But again, I think that's it. So again, thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. And this is Carl.
This is Jody.
This is Brian.
And we're coming to you from the Astronomicon, where you only hear the endless mocking laughter of the thirsting gods.
The monsters in the dark are nothing compared to the monsters within our hearts.
And you know what they say.
This episode of The Independent Characters is protected by the Creative Commons license. If you have further questions as to its use, you can find information on the front page at theindependentcharacters.com.